Good morning. Hello, everyone. Hello, it's me, Fox Woman. And I have with me Mr. Dr. Jon Padfield of Business Reform.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here and happy to have a conversation with you today.
Heck yeah, why don't you tell a little bit about yourself to everyone while I kill the extra camera here. Whoops, a little picture in picture.
I am a business professor. I'm a former Indiana state representative, and my first career 1.0, was being an electrical engineer for General Motors. So I've designed circuits. I have learned the legislative process, how laws get passed, and trust me, it is scary. And I've been teaching business now for the past 7 or 8 years.
That's a long ass time.
It is. I think that's. I've been a professor for 12 years, and I only have 1 year left. I am not tenured, and I have a contract that runs out in May of 27, and I have already informed my department head that when my current contract runs out, I'm going to become a full-time content creator. My channel is a YouTube channel called Business Reform, and I talk about issues at the intersection of business, technology, and society, really how business and technology are influencing society.
And what's like one of the major things in that realm that is really important to you?
What first got me talking about these issues is some of the big social media companies like Facebook, um, X, some of the others, because their content moderation policies have a huge impact on what people are allowed to read, what they're allowed to say. And when you really think about it, if you can control the information that people have access to, you can really shape how society views certain topics. You amplify some voices, you silence other voices, and all of a sudden, your social media starts becoming a tool for control. Hand in hand with that is the amount of surveillance that's going on. If you go back 30, 40 years ago, which I remember, I graduated high school in 84. But if you go back then, surveillance mainly meant the government was surveilling people, and usually you had to do something to get on the naughty list, and government would be targeting you because you did something that caught their attention. But then we moved into a phase called surveillance capitalism, and surveillance capitalism is where private companies gather your personal information, they sell it to data brokers. Data brokers compile a huge, incredibly detailed dossier, much more detailed than most people realize. They use that information for targeting you with ads. And then the government started purchasing that data from data brokers. So now the government has all that information. So we used to have this threat to our privacy from government surveillance, and then we had surveillance capitalism. And today it has merged to a point that it's virtually one and the same.
I would even go farther and say, considering, everybody has cell phones and everything gets recorded now, that's another sector of like everyone has to watch their behavior lest somebody capture it and then send it to their job or whatever.
Absolutely. We saw that so many instances where things like that have happened. And there's different views on this. Some people are saying, and this drives me nuts, if you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't worry about who's watching you.
Mm-hmm.
I fundamentally reject that. I just made a video recently. There's a company called Flock Safety who has been putting up license plate readers all over the country. They have over 100,000 license plate readers around the United States now, and now they are moving into drones, and they're moving into other forms of surveillance beyond license plates. But one of the things that really gets me about them, they're collecting all this information, and they are much, much more than just license plate readers. The last video that I made, just published it about a day ago, some of their employees were caught accessing security cameras at a daycare center. And it wasn't just random cameras at the daycare center. It was the security cameras in the pool and security cameras in the daycare center's gymnastics class.
Yeah,
And when you
that's
think about
really messed up.
what is an adult man doing looking at other people's children in the pool or in a gymnastics class? If you go out to this daycare center's website, you see a whole bunch of probably 6-year-old girls wearing leotards. Why is some guy from Flock looking at these cameras, especially when on Flock's website in their FAQs, it says that they never monitor these cameras. It's just AI is watching.
Well, it's like,
I have evidence that says otherwise.
even if we didn't have the evidence of people being incredibly freaking creepy through the Flock cameras, having a company be like, don't worry, no one ever looks at them. It's like, okay, well then what's the point of them if no one's ever looking at them? Like, that's clearly not true.
Their sales pitch is basically, well, we'll have AI, and they're probably promising companies after hours, if somebody's walking around your building, AI will pick up that there's somebody walking there so that we can notify the police. I'm sure it's being sold as safety, but in their FAQs, they say that they do not have employees watching these cameras. Well, a father who lives in that area, whose son was planning on going to that daycare, the father obtained the audit logs for the cameras that show who has actually accessed them, and the audit logs show that yes, employees from Flock have been accessing those cameras repeatedly, and so there's just one more creepiness factor to it. And I ask my viewers, that old expression, if you're not doing anything wrong, it doesn't matter who's watching you. Does that apply to kids too? Because I have a problem with grown adults watching other people's children, and those kids aren't doing anything wrong, so I guess it's okay. Doesn't matter who watches them, according to that philosophy.
According to that philosophy, yeah, that's really creepy.
Yeah.
And I guess from
and
my
I
perspective,
fundamentally reject it.
yes, of course. I haven't heard too much about the Flock cameras, so I don't know all that much about them and how exactly they're different from like regular CCTV cameras or like professional security cameras that get installed at your home.
Oh, I'd be glad to elaborate on that. I really dislike the fundamental premise behind Flock because they are recording where everybody drives, and they argue you have no right to privacy in public. Well, the Supreme Court has said otherwise, and I'll come back to that in a moment. It was a Supreme Court case known as the Carpenter case from just a couple of years ago. Here's what's unique about Flock. Their cameras are very, very low cost to set up. Flock doesn't sell the cameras. They maintain ownership, but they will reach contracts with cities and counties. They will install the cameras, but all you need to install it, put a post in the ground, you hang a camera on it, and a solar panel. So you don't have to run power to it, and that makes cameras really, really expensive if you have to run cables to them. These can go literally anywhere. It's got a solar panel for running the camera. The camera has a big battery inside of it, and the camera has the guts of an LTE phone so it can transmit data to cell towers, so no cables are necessary. You can put one of these up in just an hour or so. Well,
that's really
it's
quick.
Capturing, yeah, it goes up real fast because they don't have to run any power to it. Just stick a pole in the ground and hang a camera on it. So once the camera's up, it is capturing the license plate of every vehicle that goes by it. And when the vehicle goes by, Flock calls it vehicle fingerprinting. They're not just getting your license plate number. They get your license plate, they get the make, model, and color of your car, they get your bumper stickers, they get any distinguishing characteristics like racing stripes, a roof rack, a bike rack, a dented quarter panel. They do what they call a vehicle fingerprint. And that way, tomorrow, your car goes by and for some reason they can't get your license plate, they still know that's you because they have all this other information about the bumper sticker and the dent that you had in the passenger rear quarter panel. So they record this information.
Are Flock cameras relatively new? Because I know when I was driving back up to Massachusetts from Georgia before, they had removed all of the toll booths on some of the roads and they'd replaced them with license plate cameras. And I was like, I wonder how we pay for that then. And my question was answered a couple of months later when I got a bill in the mail with a picture of my vehicle on the top and on the back saying like, hey, this was your car on the toll road. Here's what you owe. And how are the flock cameras different from those previous cameras that would capture all of that same information about your vehicle?
Okay, the toll booth cameras, and we have those in Indiana. We don't have toll roads, but if you go from Indiana into Kentucky, there is a license plate reader on the bridge between Indiana and Kentucky as you cross the Ohio River. Those cameras are just capturing your license plate. They then look up who does this car belong to, and then they send you a bill so that you can pay your toll, and that eliminates you from having to stop and have exact change on you like it was in the old days. What Flock is doing, they are capturing every car, and it's not just at key points like a bridge or a toll road. These are going absolutely everywhere. I pass about 4 of them every day where I live. And it is recording all this information, and then it goes into a database. That database can be searched by police, and they are searching without a search warrant. If a store is broken into, they can say, all right, show me every car that drove down this road near this store in the last hour before we know the store was robbed. Now they have a list of suspects, and if there were only 50 cars that went by and you happen to be one of them, congratulations, you're now a suspect because you were in the vicinity of a crime when a crime occurred. I have a fundamental problem with this. The Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution says the right of the people to be secure in their papers, houses, persons, and effects. We have that right, and that no warrant shall issue without probable cause supported by oath or affirmation describing the person to be searched or the items to be seized. So if you think about the Constitution and the restraint on government, number one, you have to know that a crime took place. Number two, you have to have probable cause that a particular person was responsible for that crime. Then you go to a judge, you present the evidence that you have that this person was likely involved in the crime. The judge evaluates how good is that evidence, how likely is it this person is guilty. And this is not conclusive proof. This is not what you take to the jury to say we know this person's guilty. This is what you take to the judge to say it's likely this person is guilty. This is why it's called probable cause. This evidence says this person is probably guilty. Judge, will you give me a warrant so I can go collect additional information so we can determine if this person's guilty or not? That whole step of having to have probable cause just gets thrown out the window. We have technology that can do an end run around the Fourth Amendment. We have the ability to see everyone that was within a certain distance of where this crime occurred. And, of those 50 cars that went by right after the store was robbed, do you have any reason to believe the first car was guilty, the second car, the third car? What you're saying is, or what the mindset is, you were in the area where a crime took place, therefore you're a suspect. And there is no check and balance on this. And we have seen over and over and over again police officers being fired and sometimes prosecuted for misusing these cameras. State of Florida has had a couple of incidents. Georgia's had incidents. Wisconsin, Kansas, and many other areas. They've had instances where police officers, and I'm not anti-police officer, I'm just saying these are the facts. You can find bad professors, you can find bad taxi drivers, you can find bad cops. But what some of these officers are doing is, I wonder what my ex is doing tonight. And so they're running license plates of their ex. And, if they know who their ex is dating, well, let's see what he's doing. And they have found officers who have used these cameras hundreds of times to check in on their ex, check in on their kids, check in on their own spouse.
Are there just less checks for people using this erroneously? Because people could use LexisNexis for the same exact thing if they're curious about oh, hey, what's this person doing in my life? They'd still have to physically go there to view it, but they could get all the information from the LexisNexis database.
So Flock is just a tool, but it's a tool that is very easy to misuse, and many officers have been caught misusing it. My favorite example is a police officer in Florida. He had an interest in a female coworker, and so he was running a fellow officer's plate hundreds of times because he was basically cyber stalking one of his coworkers.
That's really creepy.
Absolutely, it is.
And if we've had so many cases of these being misused, I mean, I feel like, especially as a content creator online, the law doesn't quite catch up to technology at any kind of pace. It's like a snail's pace. So if these have been misused so frequently, how has there not been like more outcry about this? Like usually, like I've had flock cameras brought up a couple of times in my streams, and I feel like I'm usually pretty up to date on what's going on in the news, and I really almost never hear about them.
There's a growing resistance to them. The company itself, they incorporated in 2017. I'm sure you'll be shocked at this. Do you want to guess who their first big investor was?
Oh boy, I'm assuming something like Microsoft?
Well, you're close.
Google?
Palantir. Well,
Oh.
Palantir didn't invest, but Peter Thiel, who was the co-founder of Palantir, he invested millions in them when they were just a startup. And Peter Thiel himself is an interesting character. When the Department of Justice a month or two ago released the Epstein files, Peter Thiel's name was all over it. No evidence that he actually went to the island, but there is no denying he was a business associate of Jeffrey Epstein. They had numerous meetings together on Epstein's calendar. Epstein referred to Peter Thiel as his good friend in some emails that Epstein had written. And so there is a close connection between Epstein and Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, this really gets me if you know anything about Palantir.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Thiel was basically saying, oh, I didn't know he was a creep. Wait a minute. You are co-founder of Palantir. You know virtually everything about everyone.
How would
Jeffrey
you not know
Epstein
that?
was already a convicted sex offender.
Yeah.
You're telling me you didn't know that?
Yeah, it's like, I just don't believe you, buddy.
Yeah.
That is wild. Why would Peter Thiel want, I always say Thiel, I don't know if that's correct, but why would he want this camera nonsense?
It is input into Palantir. Now, officially, Palantir and Flock do not have formal ties between them. But you get out to a place like Los Angeles, LAPD uses Palantir software for predictive policing. And that phrase ought to put a chill down the spine of everyone who hears it.
Yes.
Predictive policing is Minority Report. We think you might be guilty of something, so we're going to intervene, and because you might do something. That is scary. That turns our entire Constitution upside down when you start predicting who's going to do something.
It makes me think
there
of
have been
like,
numerous.
yeah, I was gonna say, it makes me think of the surveillance state that the UK already has, where they like send police officers to your house if you tweet something like slightly risque online. They're just like, we need to make sure you're not a threat. Maybe we'll arrest you just for the tweet, but you know.
And they've taken it to the point you can be arrested for making someone uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm sorry, but there is nothing in the Constitution that says you have a right to never be uncomfortable.
And I would go a step further and say that if you're never uncomfortable, then you've lived in a very kind of, to use a word I don't like using, a very privileged bubble. Uncomfortability is how you grow as a person sometimes, you know?
100%. I look back at myself. I have views that have never changed. I have other views that have changed. But if I were in an isolated bubble, the views that have changed probably wouldn't have, because I would have no reason to question things that I once believed. I would have no reason to update my views based on new information. So I think discomfort is healthy. And this is one of those other areas. I've had people reach out to me who were protesting things that I didn't necessarily agree with what they were protesting, but they were asking, how do we do this, without getting on a list? And I shared information with them, because whether I agree with what somebody is protesting is irrelevant. They still have a right to peacefully assemble, to peacefully protest, to petition the government for redress of grievances. And I am a huge, huge believer in that. Whether I believe in the exact cause at that moment, it's really irrelevant. I will respect their right to protest, just like I hope that they would respect my right to protest.
I agree with you, except for communists, because communists aren't people. To the flock cameras though, so if there were to be a competitor to Flock that were another AI camera, would that be just as bad, or would they have to do something that would more ensure privacy? Is it the AI use in general that's bad?
Okay, here's my big problem with Flock. And to answer your question, another company would be just as bad. Flock makes these cameras, but their patent is for what's called, quote, a dynamic surveillance network. And what that means is they don't just ingest data from their cameras. They are set up where they can take security cameras in a daycare center. They can take body cameras from police officers, dash cams from civilian cars driving up and down the road. If there is a camera that is connected to the internet, Flock has the ability to ingest that video stream and basically do an inventory of everything that crosses that camera's field of view.
That seems very odd, yes.
That is beyond Orwellian, because with facial recognition, when you go grocery shopping and you walk across the parking lot, if some car in the parking lot has a dash cam running and you walk close enough to the car, if that camera is connected to Flock, Flock's facial recognition can put you at that grocery store at this time, see what car you get into, what's the license plate number of that car. You can be tracked because somebody in the parking lot had a dash cam.
And if Flock can just get access to any of these cameras, you never know if a camera has Flock access or not. Correct.
Flock had an agreement with Amazon Ring to get the video doorbell footage from every video camera, every Ring doorbell camera. That had already been signed. That happened about last October. Well, then during the Super Bowl, Amazon Ring did something really honest and really dumb.
I remember that commercial.
Okay, I'm glad you remember that. For any of your viewers that don't remember that commercial, the CEO of Amazon Ring was talking about this new feature that they are enabling called Search Party. And he said, every year so many dogs go missing, and we have the ability to turn your camera on your house into part of this dragnet so that if somebody's lost dog walks through your yard, an alert will be sent. And people real quickly figured out, if you can spot that Labrador retriever at 2 a.m. walking across my yard, I bet you can spot me. I bet you can spot my friends. And people realize this is not just about lost dogs. This is about surveillance state. This is about being able to pick people up. And whether it's anyone wanted for anything, these cameras are going to be used for human surveillance, not just for dogs.
Oh, of course.
They got so much backlash that they canceled their contract with Flock. Now, I am suspicious about it being canceled. I think it was publicly canceled for now. I strongly suspect within the next 2 or 3 months, it's going to very quietly be reinstated.
Oh, absolutely.
But Flock has that ability to ingest video from Ring doorbell cameras. Flock has already said that they are wanting to partner with a dash cam company so that they can get dash cam video. And so that's why any camera you see, if it is internet connected, it potentially could be a Flock camera, regardless of who made the camera. It could be feeding Flock with this information. Well, now, Flock claims they hang on to this data for 30 days. Until it is third-party verified, I refuse to believe that they delete the data after 30 days. But they claim they hang on to it for 30. My suspicion is it's held on to for a whole lot longer than that.
Yeah, I would not believe, and even if it wasn't a camera surveillance company, I would not believe that they only hold on to the data for 30 days. There's no way. I was gonna say, I recently had a professional security install, and so I have probably about 14 or so cameras around my house, and several of those cameras are very, very new high-tech cameras. They have like pan, tilt, zoom. The zoom is immaculate on them. Like if I wanted to reverse my video and like see a car that drove by my street, I could zoom in while they're like way down the street and still read their license plate. It is crazy quality. And it has an AI recognition feature where if like somebody comes to my house, let's say the mailman, right? Say the mailman comes to my house, the camera's obviously going to pick him up. When he comes back, the camera's going to flag him as, hey, this person has been here before. This is the same exact person that came at this time the other day. And so
Interesting.
it's really cool, but talking about the flock stuff, it's like I obviously wouldn't want a company to tap into my cameras and use them for nefarious purposes. These are hardwired cameras, and the only reason that they're like connected to anything is so I can use my phone with them. But it's like I'm not sure. Would they be able to do stuff with my cameras without my consent?
Okay, not without your consent. When I say that Flock has the ability to ingest all of this video, the business has to consent to it, like the daycare center that the Flock employees were watching. They had a contract to allow Flock to ingest all of their video. Now, Flock did so under the premise that we're not going to look at it. AI will monitor for anomalies, a fire or something like that. But it basically says don't trust what Flock says, because their policy says our employees do not look at these cameras, and the audit logs show that they do look at those cameras.
See, that's pretty scary, because it's like if they can get access to like any camera they want, then it's pretty much cooked at that point.
Well, you think about Meta AI glasses. How many people walk around wearing those unaware of where the video feed is going, because those glasses are broadcasting to the web, and anything that goes to the cloud. I love the coffee mug that says there is no cloud, it's just other people's computers.
Yep.
But if you're wearing Meta glasses, you are a roving camera, and everything that you see that your Meta AI glasses see, it's going to the cloud. And where does it go from the cloud? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
I know it goes to Meta servers, but is Meta giving Flock access to that? Is Meta giving anyone else access to that? Do you trust Mark Zuckerberg? I don't.
I don't.
But Flock has that ability. They now have drones. But there's another company, because they're not the only player when it comes to license plate readers. There's another one that I find even more disturbing, but you don't see their cameras because their cameras are designed to be hidden. The company is called Leonardo, and Leonardo makes license plate reader cameras similar to Flock, but here's the big difference. Flock cameras are easy to spot. They're on a pole. They have a big solar panel on them. Leonardo makes much smaller cameras, but they have to have a power source to them. They don't have a big solar panel. Leonardo cameras go inside of traffic cones. So as you're driving through a construction area, you'll pass 50 of these big barrel, orange and white barrels. And one of them will have a hole cut in it, and there is a Leonardo license plate reader inside of it that you never see because it just blends in. They make cargo, try to remember what it's called, the cargo carriers that you see on top of a car. They make those with a little cutout in it and a license plate reader inside of it. You can put it on an unmarked car. The toolboxes that you see in the back of pickup trucks, state police have pickup trucks with toolboxes in them. There'll be a little cutout in it with a license plate reader in it. So Leonardo, they make license plate readers, but you never see them because they are designed to be hidden. Here's what makes Leonardo even worse. They have a product called Signal Trace. And what Signal Trace does, you don't know how bad I wish I was making this up. I'm not. You can go out to the Leonardo website and do a search for Leonardo Signal Trace, and it'll take you right to their product description. What Signal Trace is, it's an antenna system that looks for electronic signatures. And when I say signatures, I'm talking Apple Watch, your cell phone, your Bluetooth headphones. So your car drives down the road, you pass a signal trace that you don't know about because it's a small unit with an antenna. You never see it. As your car goes by, their license plate reader gets your license plate, and they inventory every electronic device in your car, such as your Bluetooth headphones.
For why?
Well, now they can associate your Apple Watch, your smartphone, your laptop. If you have a dog with you that has a chip in it, Any device with an electronic signature, they capture it and they tie it to your license plate. And the idea is, if you go commit a crime, but you ride a bicycle to get there, if they can capture your headphones, now they have data that says you committed the crime because your headphones were at the scene of the crime. And who do these headphones belong to? Oh, we've seen these headphones 20 times in a car with your license plate on it. Or
I
if you and I
think
were neighbors,
I was
if
going to
you
say
and I
I
were
think
neighbors,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was going to say I think I forgot my thought. I'm sorry. Continue.
Well, if you and I were neighbors and my car wasn't running one day for whatever reason, you give me a ride to work. As you drive by Signal Trace and I'm in your car, it now picks up my smartwatch, my headphones, my cell phone inside of your car. And this feeds a social map. You and I must know each other because I was inside of your car. License plate readers just say the car went by. Signal Trace tells you who was in the car. And they can build the social map so that if you get in legal trouble, 6 months from now, you do something, you're in legal trouble, the police are looking for you, guess who they're going to pay a visit on? Because they know you and I know each other.
My question would be, we know how the justice system in the United States is operating right now, and they're just letting criminals either go completely or with incredibly light sentences. And so when they push these like, oh, we need these surveillance cameras because it'll help us reduce crime, it's like, well, I just don't believe you. But like, for what other purpose are you going to be monitoring everyone? It just feels like, and obviously this sounds insane, but it feels like the opening to just creating a docile population that is constantly surveilled. And it's not so much that you're going to commit an actual crime, but you might commit a thought crime against the ruling party who is surveilling you.
I would encourage you or any member of your audience to go out to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/@businessreform. There is a video I made about 3 months ago, and the title of the video is Enemy of the State. And that video is a breakdown of Florida House Bill 945. This is a bill that was introduced in the Florida legislature this year. And what House Bill 945 does, and this bill passed 3 House committees. It stalled before it made it to the House floor, so it did not become law. The legislature is over for this year in Florida. So we're safe for at least, till next January. Here's what House Bill 945 did. It defined a new term. The term terrorist has been around for many, many years. The dictionary definition of a terrorist is a person who uses violence or the threat of violence to accomplish a political goal. That is the dictionary definition. The House Bill 945 in Florida that passed 3 committees, it defined a new term. The new term is called an adversarial intelligence entity. Adversarial intelligence entity. And you're probably thinking, what's that? Well,
That's
it
some
defines
commie gobbledygook. That's what that is.
It is. An adversary intelligence entity, this new term that the state of Florida, that a representative in Florida introduced. It is defined as a government, a non-government organization, a business, a corporation, a group, or an individual. So this term can be applied to one individual. What puts an individual into this category? An individual whose demonstrated actions, views, or beliefs are deemed a threat to state interest. Think about how broad that is.
That's incredibly broad, and they're adding thoughts. What the hell?
It says demonstrated action, views, or opinions. So you don't have to do squat. It's not like somebody tried to burn down a building, that's already illegal. It's called arson. but views or opinions that are deemed a threat to the interest of the state. So there are so many red flags here. This is like a CCP parade. There's so
Yeah,
many
right?
red flags. Number one, how do you know my views or opinions? Because this is going to target me for having views or opinions that are deemed a threat to the interest of the state. So number one, how do you know my views and opinions? We'll come back to that in just a moment because the bill actually describes that. Number two, can you give me a list of the interest of the state? Because just a couple of years ago, reducing our carbon footprint was in the interest of the state. And we were being told you got to take shorter showers, you've got to switch the type of light bulbs you use. We were under a lot of pressure to reduce our electricity consumption because this is an existential threat to the world if we don't reduce our carbon footprint. And then data centers came along and cured global warming because Bill Gates Bill Gates was one of the most vocal people in the world about how climate change is going to destroy the world until he needed more data centers. And I don't know if you follow this or not, but Bill Gates has done a 180. Global warming is no longer a threat. I mean, a century from now, it may be a little bit warmer, but it's really not a big deal. There's no need for us to try and restrict our electricity generation.
I think a
Hey,
lot
that's
of the
handy.
like global climate change kind of nonsense that's pushed on us is basically humiliation, because it's like, oh, you have to reduce the amount of times you shower, you can't water your lawn, you must use the paper straw, you can't have plastic bags. They don't do the same thing. They don't abide by those same rules. They don't care. Those rules aren't for them. It's just to like exert power upon people and laugh at us complying with it.
I guess Bill Gates, I have a special disdain for him. This is the guy that wants to, you have to drive an electric vehicle because we have to reduce our global footprint. Bill, when was the last time you flew commercial?
Right?
You log more miles in private jets than anyone I know, and those private jets produce a whole lot more CO2 and other gases than what my car does. And it's just amazing how many trips you fly around the world to tell people that they need to cut down on their carbon footprint. Sounds just a little bit hypocritical. And then you wanting everyone to reduce their electricity consumption until Microsoft needs more data centers, and all of a sudden this isn't a threat anymore. So yeah, I can get wound on that topic.
Yeah, no, I'm very tired of the rules for thee but not for me kind of attitude that a lot of people either in power or on the left, but I repeat myself, tend to have.
Well, let me throw one more in the mix. I've already mentioned his name, so YouTube's already going to be upset at us. All of the nonsense going on right now about age verification because we have to protect children. I understand there's a lot of bad stuff online. I understand there's a desire to protect children from that. For the people in power to use children as an excuse when you have sat on a whole bunch of clients for years now. Epstein died in 2019, and you notice I very intentionally say he died. I didn't say he killed himself.
Yep.
He died in 2019. That was 7 years ago. And some people can argue, well, that was under another administration. Well, we've had administrations from both sides now,
Yep, and neither of them have done
and
anything about it, really.
neither of them had done anything. We did have some documents released by the DOJ, but let's look closely at what was released. We had a list of victims released. I think that's called doxing, when you release the victims' names. And then the documents that came out, one in particular was very disturbing. It was from royalty overseas, but the email was talking about your littlest girl was kind of naughty last night. That's kind of gross. If we're talking about
Yeah,
minors, that is very gross.
very gross.
But
And it's like the
the
royal guy
person
like
who
lost his titles, but that's not really a punishment.
And the person who wrote it had their name redacted. Well, we don't want to embarrass that person. Um, so you have perpetrators who still have their identities protected, and you've doxed the victims. This is wrong on so many levels. But until you get serious, until you go after the perpetrators of what we all know happened, till you go after those people, shut up about age verification.
Yes.
I really don't want to hear it.
Very much yes. And also, I've done a lot of research into a conglomerate called Bridge. They work together with a lot of different companies to push forward different tenets of DEI and how to get around like the executive orders and not get into lawsuits over DEI stuff at your company. And one of the big things Bridge talks about is how content creators are going to be very important for pushing this kind of work forward. Content creators are sort of like the old Hollywood celebrities. However, content creators, unlike the old celebrities, engender a far higher sense of trust with their audience because our audience has like regular access to us. They can interact with us in chat or in comments or in a Discord, or we might do like Q&As at some point, right? Like every content creator is different, so their interaction level with their community is different, but we still have like a higher level of trust than a traditional celebrity. And Bridge explains how this can be used to push forward what they want to see in the Cultural Revolution. Because since we have more trust, more people are likely to buy the things we support, and it's obviously going to be from like the Bridge companies, or to listen to the things that we espouse. And when I saw at the beginning of the administration Pam Bondi do that ridiculous freaking like influencer binder thing, I was like, this is really tacky. Like, if I had gotten a call from the White House and they were like, hey, we want to give you some never before released Epstein documents, would you be a part of this? I'd be like, if you want to give me the documents, I would appreciate it. I'd love it. I'll do content on it. I don't want to show up in like pictures. I don't want to make like a big deal. I don't want to make like a video of like my avatar holding the binder or some shit. Like, that whole thing was just weird pageantry. And it made me distrust pretty much everyone that they invited there to do that kind of thing, especially after the binders were all just files that had already been released years before. It's just like, how do you make everyone there look so incompetent and narcissistic? It's crazy.
100% agree with you. That was humiliating for the people that went to that. And I can't say that I blame them for going based on what they were told, that this was going to be brand new information that had not been previously released. Well, that was a lie. So I cut them a little bit of slack that they thought they were getting new information, but they were lied to, and they absolutely looked foolish in hindsight because they fell for it.
Yeah, and I mean, there were a couple of people, I think, who were like dodging the cameras. Maybe it wasn't like super planned out, but it's like, you dodging the camera, I like you, because that's what I would try to do if it was like an impromptu, let's all get these pictures together. No, thank you. That's weird.
You had a couple of them almost like a victory dance, holding their binders up and smiling.
It was gross.
And, I'm a part of this.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. There were a few others. I heard one of the influencers that was there talking about how that went down. They went into the White House. They met with Pam Bondi. They were handed their binders, and then they were escorted out a door where the media was waiting on the other side. And he said, I felt like we were ambushed because we were not told the media is waiting on the other side of this door. They just opened the door for us to leave, and boom, you walk into a sea of cameras.
I would have felt the exact same way.
So that's why I say I cut a couple of them a little slack, especially the ones that were really trying to avoid having their picture taken versus the ones that were kind of doing the victory dance of look what we got.
Yes,
and
very much
they're
so.
the ones that looked really dumb.
Yes. Yes, hard agree. And I guess on a similar line, since we were talking about the age verification stuff, where do you believe that the OS age verification originated from? And what do you think the real use of age verification for operating systems is going to be used for? Because we all know that they just use the it's for the children as a way to get all of us to fight about it so that they can pass it without too much opposition.
Well, it's all about framing, because if you oppose digital ID, then you don't care about children. No, that is either or thinking. Either you care about children or you don't care about children. No, that's absolutely the wrong way to look at it. It's like saying I think we need to reduce spending, so we're going to eliminate A, B, and C. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's a horrible idea. If I reject eliminating A, B, and C, that doesn't mean I don't want to reduce spending. It may be that I think D, E, and F are much better places to cut the budget. So this artificial framing, either you support age verification, which is the gateway to national digital ID, or you don't care about children. False dilemma. You can still care about children and say this is not the way to go about doing it. But so I think a big part of it is for people like me, and I'm sure people like you, we don't want a digital ID. We don't want a national ID like real ID. I still don't have a real ID. I can travel with my passport, and that's what I do. But the way that they're trying to frame it, if you don't go along with this, then you're a bad guy. You're the one that's don't care about children. No, I care about children quite a bit. That's why I don't want flock employees watching the pool at a daycare center. I do care about children, but I don't think telling everyone you have to give up anonymity online is the way to go about protecting kids. I can think of 50 other ways to protect kids, starting with let's go arrest predators. But I guess you just can't say that anymore.
No, not really. And especially because like you said, people say you don't care about children, and it goes even further than that sometimes online, where if you're against, this real ID, if you're against, people needing to have their ID attached to their online activity, well then you're actually just a pedophile. And it's gotten crazy because that seems to be the new word to throw around, like Nazi, where you just call someone that and now they've lost the argument and have to defend themselves.
That's exactly what it is. It's all about the framing and trying to paint your opposition as being something horrendous if they don't go along with your idiotic idea. And many of these ideas are truly idiotic if you sit there and actually think about them. And I don't have time for that.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna push back as long and as hard as I can on some of these things, because I've got 2 daughters. I don't have grandkids yet, but I don't want them living in a digital prison.
Yeah,
And that's really what this is amounting to. If your operating system has to know your ID, and again, it's incrementalism. Oh, it doesn't know your ID. It just knows your age. Well, how do you know my age? Well, we look it up from your birth certificate. You got my ID then.
yeah, right.
Yeah, the idea of age verification at the OS level, I'm at a loss for words. It's bad enough when it's happening at the app level, but to push it to the OS level, that's a whole other thing. And I do have some privacy alternatives that I use. My daily driver, I do have an iPhone. That's my daily driver. I've had it for years. Everyone knows that phone number. But I also have a Faraday bag that I use regularly. A Faraday bag, for anyone not familiar with it, if you turn your phone off, it's not really off. And I know this for absolute fact. I knew it intellectually, but I have now seen it in practice. I was doing a public speaking event in Louisville, Kentucky. This would have been early November last year, I think November 4th, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm in Louisville, Kentucky last November doing a public speaking event. And midway through my presentation, I've got about 40 people in the room. Midway through my presentation, every phone in the room, including mine, started buzzing. And I knew that I had mine set on silent. I always put it on do not disturb, and I always leave my phone on silent so it never makes any noise. Every phone in the room started making noise. And we all stop and pull our phones out. The mayor of Louisville has just put out an emergency alert because a FedEx plane had crashed at the airport in Louisville. And that was only a few miles from where we were meeting. So, okay, emergency alert. I understand it overrode the fact that my phone was on silent. The emergency alert overrode that. Two people in the front row looked at me and they held their phone up and they said, this was turned off. And I laughed and I said, apparently not.
Yeah.
Your phone is never turned off. And so I have a Faraday bag, and it's a special conductive bag. You turn your phone off, you put it inside the Faraday bag, and now that phone doesn't exist, basically. The cell phone towers can't find it. That phone is truly invisible at this point. But I do that from time to time. I also have 3 other phones besides my daily driver. My wife has a phone number to know how to get a hold of me, but these phones have different phone numbers, and it's for times that I just want to be left alone. I'm still accessible to immediate family who I've given that number to, but to the rest of the world, you call my regular number and it just goes straight to voicemail.
They're in the bag.
They're in the bag.
Where would somebody get like a Faraday bag if they wanted to have that sort of layer of security?
Okay, you can get them from Amazon, or you can go directly to the manufacturer. There are many companies that make them, and I will tell you they are not all created equal. Some of the cheap bags that you're going to find for $8 or $10 on Amazon are not worth purchasing. I have purchased them. I've made videos about it where I've tested them. But my background, I was an electrical engineer before I became a state representative. I've done a lot of work with radio frequency testing back earlier in my career. So I purchased a bunch of bags, tested them. The cheap ones, you get what you pay for. My personal favorite, and I have no financial relationship with them, but my personal favorite is called Mission Darkness. And Mission Darkness, you can either Google them and buy directly from their website, or you can find it on Amazon. But Mission Darkness is my favorite Faraday bag.
Oh, that even looks pretty cool.
And I encourage people, if you are going to go to a protest, number one, try your best to leave your phone at home. And not just your phone, but these as well, because Signal Trace will pick this up. And if they know what car this is normally seen in, they're going to figure out who you are. You leave this at home. Anything electronic you leave at home. If you have to take something with you, maybe you're taking an Uber to within a half mile of the protest and you're going to walk the last half mile on foot. If you have to take your phone with you for some reason, have a Faraday bag. Long before you get to the protest site, you turn your phone off, put it in the Faraday bag. It is invisible as long as it's in the Faraday bag. And the reason you have to turn it off, your phone is designed to constantly look for the nearest cell phone tower. If you leave your phone turned on and you put it inside of a Faraday bag, it's going to be looking for a cell phone tower. It's going to kick up on its highest power setting, trying to reach a cell phone tower that it can't reach. It'll run your battery down real quick. So always turn your phone off before putting it in a Faraday bag.
Makes sense. That's pretty cool. Thank you for the bag advice. I'd heard of Faraday bags,
welcome.
but I guess I never questioned what they were before, so this has been elucidating.
Well, and I also encourage people, don't just use it when you have to. And I use the example of going to to a protest. I've been to maybe 2 protests in my life. I'm 60 years old. I've only been to maybe 2 in my life. But the point is, if you only use the Faraday bag when you go to the protest, if anyone's looking through your data and says this phone disappeared, it's AI is going to real quickly say, I bet I know where you were. So I encourage people, just get in the habit, a couple of times a week, turn your phone off for an hour, throw it in the Faraday bag, because if you are normally turning your phone off every now and then, then it doesn't stand out when you turn it off because you're going somewhere you don't want to be tracked. But if you only use that bag when you feel like you need to, you're really undermining part of the effectiveness of the bag.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes sense. I guess to loop back around, because we got to the Faraday bag from the OS verification. Since obviously they're lying about it's for the children, we all know they're lying. Do you think that the OS age verification is just another piece of the puzzle a la the flock cameras to keep us surveilled and build these large profiles on us? They can be like, hey, look, this is someone who's saying bad things about the state. We want to get rid of them.
I'm so glad that you brought me back around to that. I described Florida House Bill 945 creating this new term, the adversary intelligence entity. And it's a group, a company, an individual whose views or opinions are deemed a threat to the interest of the state. The bill does not define what the interests of the states are, and that's where I kind of took off on a tangent on Bill Gates, because a couple of years ago, the interest of the state was reducing electricity consumption. So if I'm advocating people doing something that uses a lot of electricity, is that going to get me on the naughty list?
True.
There are people that believe overpopulation is the biggest threat to the world. Bill Gates is one of them. Overpopulation is the biggest threat to mankind. There are other people like Elon Musk who are saying we need to have bigger families now because the birth rate's been declining since the 1970s and human population's getting ready to collapse.
Well, technically,
I don't
couldn't
know
both
which
be
one's
true
right.
at the same time? Couldn't overpopulation be a problem if there's overpopulation from net non-contributors, and then the birth rates of contributors are frequently lowering, and so people are trying to say what they really want to say without saying it because they know saying it is bad?
That sounds like the plot to Idiocracy.
It does.
Which was a great movie. But my point in bringing it up, is it the interest of the state for people to have bigger families, or is it the interest of the state for people to have smaller families? Because depending on who you talk to, either of those might be the interest of the state. And if my views are at odds with the interest of the state, I might be labeled an adversary intelligence entity. But now let's get back to the second part of that question. If I hold views that are deemed a threat to the interest of the state, how would the state know that I hold those views? Well, now we're getting into what's called pattern of life data. And this is a really key term. I want you and all of your audience, I want you to know this term, pattern of life data. Pattern of life data is what's being collected about you by data brokers. And so let's just look at a few sources of pattern of life data. Number one, if you have a smart TV and you are using that smart TV to watch anything, and when I say anything, I'm not just talking about Netflix or over-the-air broadcast, anything you watch on a smart TV, including hooking up your laptop and watching home movies that you recorded 2 years ago. Anything that displays on the screen of a smart TV, these smart TVs are doing screen captures every half a second. Every half a second, they take a screenshot, they send it back to the mothership, and the mothership analyzes what are you watching. If it's a TV show, they identify what the TV show is. If it's a video game that you're playing on your PS3, PS4, Xbox, whatever, they will identify what game you're playing. They are building a list in half a second increments. This TV was displaying this content. You rent a DVD if, for people that still have DVD players, or maybe you have a big DVD collection at home. Whatever you're streaming, whatever displays on your smart TV, every half a second, it's taking a snapshot of what's on your TV. That's going back to the mothership. They're analyzing it. It's called ACR, which stands for Automatic Content Recognition. And so they know you're watching this type of content, whatever that content may be. That's one source of data about, well, what are your political views? If you're watching a lot of this type of movie, you're probably right-leaning. If you're watching a lot of this type of movie, you're probably left-leaning. That's being collected by TV makers. And I know this for a fact. Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, he filed a lawsuit against the 5 biggest TV makers in the United States because of this automatic content recognition and all the data that they've been collecting. So that's one source of pattern of life data. What do you watch? Then we have Flock cameras and Leonardo who are recording where you drive. Then your car itself. If you're driving a car 2018 or later, your car probably has a SIM card in it, and it is broadcasting information back to the car maker. Let them know how fast you're driving, how hard do you hit the brakes, how often do you drive after 10 p.m., where are you going? It's broadcasting your GPS coordinates of your car. Again, Ken Paxton, Attorney General of Texas, he has sued General Motors over the amount of data that General Motors is collecting about every car. Because just because you bought the car, GM still views it as their data where that car is located and how fast that car is moving.
Truly, you will own nothing.
Yes. You think you own it because you paid for it, but you really don't own it. So your TV is spying on you, and this is not speculation. It is a matter of court record. Your TV is spying on you. Your car is spying on you. In addition, the roadside cameras are spying on you. Let's go a step further. Go into many public restrooms, especially on a college campus or a high school. You will probably see something that looks like a smoke detector. It's white, it's about this big around, it looks like a smoke detector, and it does detect smoke. It also detects vape. It also detects air quality. It also detects words. It also detects how many people are in the room. They have what's called an occupancy count sensor. They claim that it's not a camera, but it can tell you that there are 4 people in the restroom right now. But there are microphones in it, and those microphones are connected to the internet. And those microphones are listening for, quote, sounds of distress. And they are listening for keywords. When these sensors, and again, you can go look this up for yourself. They're called halo sensors. And you can go out and do a search for it, halo sensor. It looks like a smoke detector. The microphone inside of it is run by AI. It's listening for 5 keywords, but when you purchase these for your building, you can add additional keywords. Now, I do not know for sure what the keywords are. Probably help, probably gun, probably bomb. There's a few common things that it might be listening for. But if you own a building and you decide you're going to put these sensors in, you can add whatever words you want to add for the keyword list. And then if somebody in the restroom says that keyword, you get an alert. Somebody said one of the keywords. Now let's talk about another product that Flock makes. Flock makes the license plate readers. Flock also makes microphones. And I had a woman approach me saying, why is Flock putting license plate readers out in the middle of the woods on a walking trail? And I asked her, tell me exactly where you saw this because I want to go see it for myself. She was almost right. It was a Flock product, but it was not a camera. It was a microphone. Same setup. It was a pole with a solar panel and a very, very sensitive microphone. And the microphone feeds AI. And originally it was sold as a shot spotter. What a shot spotter means is if somebody fires a handgun or a rifle for that matter, if someone fires a firearm, this microphone would detect the sound of a firearm being discharged, and it would call 911, and it would report that a firearm had been discharged near this microphone. And if you have 2 microphones, maybe they're a quarter mile apiece from each other, but based on how long did it take for the sound to hit this one versus how long did it take for the sound to hit this one, it would estimate where was that shot fired from. So that's the way they were initially sold. It was sold as this is going to detect gunshots. Well, then they upgraded it to it's also listening for sounds of distress. What does that mean? If my wife and I are walking down a walking trail through a woods, and to the best of our knowledge, we are completely alone. If we get into a serious discussion, is this thing going to say, hey, one of you raised your voice, better call the police?
You can't even go on
I
hiking
don't.
trails and say slurs anymore. You're not safe in the woods.
If a tree falls in the woods and Flock doesn't have a microphone to listen to it, does it still make a sound? But Halo sensors, the Flock microphones, there is a company that makes, again, I wish I was making this up, smart street lights. What makes a street light smart? Cameras and microphones that are AI powered. So when you're walking down the street, every street light that you're passing could have cameras in it, could have microphones in it. Again, they're not listening to your conversation. They're just listening for keywords. Okay, today, let's be really, really generous and say today it's listening for the word help. It's listening for someone yelling 911. That's today. What prevents it in the future from having a whole bunch of politically charged words, and if somebody says one of these words, authorities get notified?
Mm-hmm.
And for that matter, facial recognition is a real thing. So is voice recognition. So if one of these cameras overhears me talking to someone, AI could figure out that's me speaking because there's hours and hours of my voice on YouTube. So putting smart cameras, putting smart microphones all over society. So now we're up to your TV spying on you, your car is spying on you, you've got license plate readers, you have these AI-powered sensors in restrooms, you have AI-powered sensors out in the middle of a woods, you have AI sensors in streetlights. Wherever you go, whatever you say, whatever you do, somebody's watching. And this ties back to Larry Ellison, another one of my favorite billionaires. Larry Ellison is the chairman of the board of started to say Cisco, I meant to say Oracle. Larry, last September, briefly became the richest man in the world. He owns a lot of shares of Oracle stock, and there was a bubble and Oracle stock spiked in price. And for a day or so, he was wealthier than Elon Musk. Stock price came back down. Now he's only the third or fourth richest man in the world. But Larry Ellison is an interesting character. He's the chairman of the board at Oracle. When he accumulated so much wealth, what do you do with that wealth? Oh, you go out and buy NBC, or excuse me, not NBC, Paramount. And that's what he did. He bought Paramount. There are 5 companies in the United States that own the majority of all media in the United States. Paramount, that's the parent company, but they own a whole bunch of cable channels. They own other media outlets.
Is he the guy that wanted to buy TikTok?
He has controlling interests of TikTok. He doesn't own it outright, but he has controlling interest of TikTok. So I said there's 5 companies that control the vast majority of media outlets in the United States. He has Paramount, he has TikTok. Then, just very recently, his son, David Ellison, made a bid for and won Warner Discovery. Warner Discovery is another of those 5 companies. So Larry owns Paramount, now his son owns Warner Discovery. Mm-hmm. That family, father, son, they own 2 of the 5 companies that control the vast majority of media in the United States. This is that consolidation of power that scares the daylights out of me. And I made a comment earlier. I disagree with a lot of what Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren have to say, but they have spoken up on this issue about media consolidation, and I agree with them 100% on this issue. And this is something I really try to stress to people. Don't take a person and label the person as always wrong. That's dangerous. There are times somebody you disagree with 80 or 90% of the time, they're still right once in a while. And I see this across the political spectrum. Cory Booker, Elizabeth Warren, when it comes to these types of issues, I am in agreement with them on these issues. And so I'm not going to sit back and just blast them as people. I disagree with a whole lot of things that they say and do. On these issues, I'm in complete agreement with them. But anyway, this consolidation, I think under most administrations, the FCC would have prevented this from happening, because this is way too much power to concentrate in the hands of one family. But Larry Ellison, there's lots of photos of him in the White House with President Trump, and the FCC is not raising any red flags about the media consolidation. So I do not want to see this go through, but it looks like it's going through.
Well, I mean, we can hope that it doesn't, but I was about to say, it reminds me of like back in the day when it came to video games, there were a couple of things proposed. And I think one was from Sony, maybe, when they were like, oh, if we play a commercial, right, like you're going to have to like stand up and wave your hands or whatever if you want the commercial to like not play or something like that. I can't exactly remember what it was, but it was like we're watching to make sure you watch commercials. And then there was the Xbox Kinect camera. When they originally came out with the Xbox Kinect, their intent was this camera is going to be watching you and taking count of how many people are in the room with you. And so if you own this video game, but your friend sitting next to you doesn't, you're not going to be allowed to play that video game because your friend hasn't paid. And obviously everyone was like, both of those are absolutely ridiculous. That should never happen. But now it seems like that has happened in a million different other sectors. It just took, I guess, like them proposing it to see how much pushback they would get. And when the only pushback is really like people talking about it, but not actively saying, hey, we're not going to let you do that, and actually putting action to it, it was like, okay, well, they didn't really resist that much. So now let's bring in all these flock cameras. Let's bring in all this ID stuff. Let's bring in these Leonardo cameras. Let's bring in all of these things to just watch them everywhere all the time.
Ford has a patent. It's already been awarded. Ford has a patent for a system that their in-car microphone will listen to you having a conversation with passengers in your car, and then they can use that information to select what ads you're going to hear. So if one of you says, I'm hungry, where do you want to stop to eat? Then the next thing that comes on your infotainment system may be an advertisement for some restaurant that's nearby. They know where you are because the car has GPS in it. They heard somebody say they're hungry, and so now they're going to go out and look for what restaurants are near you and give you an ad for whichever restaurant they want to influence you to stop at.
I don't know if Ford can give me commercials for the shit that comes out of my mouth in the car.
I was wondering, are they going to start recommending marriage counselors if they hear a man and woman getting in an argument with each other?
That would be funny.
But it's just the level of intrusiveness of you're going to listen to people's conversations and then send them ads based on what people are talking about. I find that totally unacceptable. Ford just applied for a patent for lip reading. And again, I wish I was making this stuff up. I couldn't make this up if I tried. They already have a camera in the dash, and this is a result of legislation that was passed during the Biden administration. The goal was we want to get drunk drivers and distracted drivers off the road. I'm a cyclist. I ride my bicycle on roads with cars, and the laws of physics say I automatically lose if I get into an encounter with a car. That's just the laws of physics. So again, it's that false dilemma. Do you want safety? Do you accept this level of intrusion for safety, or do you want people to die on the road? Well, no, I don't want people to die, but that doesn't mean I'm going to buy into your idea of what it's going to take to keep people safe.
Well, like I said earlier, I think that's a false equivalency nowadays anyways. I mean, at least back in like the 90s and the 2000s, they could have been like, look, we're being tough on crime, and here's other ways we can make you safe. Like, that might have worked then, but now it's the exact opposite. They're trying to do the, hey, this is for your safety, this is to stop crime, while also just letting all the criminals go. So it's like it's a dissonance thing here as well, where it should be waking a hell of a lot more people up if they haven't already been paying attention.
Absolutely. The the camera. This was in the 2021 Jobs and Infrastructure Act that was passed by Congress and signed into law by President Biden. It requires, as of 2026 or 2027, all new cars must have technology in them to prevent drunk driving. Okay, what does that look like? Because
Yeah,
the
right?
bill didn't say how to do it. It just said that the cars must have this technology. So I've been following this closely. There were experiments being done. Can we do chemical sensing through the steering wheel so that if I were driving and I were drunk, that perspiration from my hands could be picked up by the steering wheel and it could say, kind of like a blood alcohol content, rather than blowing into the straw, it's actually picking up from my palm. You've got too much alcohol in your system.
That is ridiculous.
That technology doesn't work yet. The scientists are saying 10 years from now that may be a viable option, but that is not ready to implement yet.
Oh, we should have had like self-driving flying cars 10 years ago. You tell me in 10 years we're going to have like alcohol sensing through your skin steering wheels? That's not what I want. Give me the flying cars, man.
Yep. We were promised those years ago. Today, the only technology that has any chance of detecting drunk drivers and distracted drivers is cameras. And there's already a number of cars that have this in them. I've got a friend who is a professional truck driver, and he said, we've had this in our trucks for years already. He said that when I pick up my coffee mug, now this is just some electrolytes, but he said, when I pick up my coffee mug when I'm driving my big rig, he said, I have 2 seconds to get a sip because he has to be looking straight out the windshield because there is a camera in the dash looking at him. And if he looks out the side window, out the driver's side window for more than 2 seconds, his seat starts shaking. It's the driver attention monitoring. And if you're not looking straight out the window for more than 2 seconds, then it's going to start vibrating your seat, and your boss will probably get a notice that you weren't paying attention to the road. He said, when I pick up my coffee,
how is it that we have
2 seconds to take a drink?
Like monitoring things for truck drivers, and yet simultaneously we also have the issue where there's tons of like foreigners who don't even speak English getting CDLs and driving and causing accidents everywhere. It's like that those two things just don't seem like they should be compatible unless bosses just aren't caring about the stuff that was put in to surveil people in the first place.
My guess on that, the driver monitoring that's with some of these truck drivers, that is probably on a company by company basis rather than federal legislation. Mm-hmm. The companies are probably implementing it because the insurance companies are pushing them for it. And the companies that are hiring people that do not speak English, they're probably the companies that might not even have insurance for all I know. They're companies that are certainly taking shortcuts. So if you're going to take shortcuts hiring qualified drivers, then you're probably taking other shortcuts as well.
Fair. While we're on the topic of driver's licenses, though, with the expansion of the Real ID system and how a lot of places are starting to kind of require Real ID licenses, what can individual states do to aid with free travel and privacy of their residents?
Great question. I wish I had a great answer for you. Several states push back on this, and the implementation date for Real ID was, I want to say 2003. The Real ID provision was in the Patriot Act passed in 2001, just weeks after 9/11. That was when Real ID was passed into law. And the implementation date, I want to say it was 2003 originally, but 2003 rolled around and a whole lot of states were pushing back saying, we're not going to do this. And so Congress passed an extension. It's now going to be 2007 or 2008. And then it got pushed back again and again and again. And the most recent deadline was last year. And DHS Secretary Noem She got it implemented. Something I wish she hadn't done. Well, there's several things I wish she hadn't done, and
I wish her
but,
husband hadn't done and I hadn't had to see, but you know.
yeah. But, she got it implemented, and I actually made a video about her because about a week before the deadline, I believe it was May 7th of last year, was when the Real ID requirement actually kicked in.
Mm-hmm.
And she made a public service announcement that was running on TikTok and on X and on several other social media platforms. She made this PSA telling people that as of May 7th, you will not be able to fly without a Real ID driver's license. And I know that's false because I went out to the DHS website and there's a list of 15 different documents you can use to fly. U.S. passport is one of them. But she said in her public service announcement, you must have the Real ID driver's license in order to fly after May 7th. And I thought, you're wrong. Then she went and she testified before the U.S. Congress. She's testifying under oath, and she was asked point blank, there are all these other documents people can use to travel with. Will they still be able to use these documents after May 7th? And she correctly said yes. And then the very next day, she made a new PSA saying that if you don't have the Real ID driver's license, you won't be able to fly. So you were wrong. Under oath, you told the truth, and then you were wrong again. My only conclusion is you're lying. It's not like you didn't know and then you found out, because the day after you told the truth to Congress under oath, you lied to the American public again. So I made a video just called "Why Is She Lying?" Because I try to be generous. I try to give people benefit of a doubt when it's deserved, but in this case, it absolutely was not deserved.
I mean,
you told the truth
just trying
under
to get more
oath, and then you lied the next day. That's exactly what it is. She wanted more people to get it, so she lied to people about you have to have this to fly when you don't have to have it to fly. So, there's several members of the administration I have very, very little respect for. Thankfully, I guess technically she's still a part of the administration, just not in the same role.
But not in a as important role, I would say, thankfully.
Yep.
And on the Real ID, what makes Real ID different from a regular ID? And if you have a Real ID, can you revert to a regular ID?
Great questions. The first thing is it's going into a national database. Prior to Real ID, all of your ID information stayed with the state. Now we have a federal standard for these IDs, and all this data is going into a federal database rather than a state database. So that's the first thing. There's also additional information that's being collected, more of a biometric type of information that's going into the database. But the other question that you ask about, can you revert from a Real ID back to a standard ID, that depends on your state. There are states where you can give up your Real ID driver's license and go back. There are other states where no, once you have it, that's what you have from now on. And I cannot off the top of my head tell you which states are which, but I do know that one varies by state.
And would it even matter if you reverted to a regular ID? I mean, you gave them the information to have the Real ID in the first place.
Correct. And so I really don't know, once you have it, I don't know that it would actually do anything for you to give it up and go back.
Unfortunate.
Yep.
Let's see here. I'm trying to think of where I want to go next with the conversation here, because I just kind of blanked out. My brain just does that occasionally, where I'm thinking of something and then it just goes blank, and I'm like, oh no, not like this.
And you can't claim it's a senior moment.
My memory is terrible. I dread the day that I am a senior, because like if I get like Alzheimer's or dementia, it's over, man. It's so over. I guess along the lines with the age verification for OS, I think your opinion would be that no, operating systems shouldn't be required, but Should operating systems be required to verify the ID or age of the user and allow apps and websites to access that information? And I think the obvious answer is no, but I think the explanation for why no would be interesting to hear.
Great question. When you look at, I am very much a constitutionalist. I was elected to 2 terms in the Indiana House, and I took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. There was no expiration date on that. I view it still as my duty to uphold and defend the Constitution. When you look at what the Constitution says, and especially when you go back and look at what some of the founding fathers wrote about the Constitution, the right to anonymity is crucial. And in fact, you can go back and look at our founding fathers themselves. Before the American Revolution, we had British soldiers in the American colonies, and there was growing conflict between the British soldiers and the American colonists. And this is truly a fascinating part of American history that unfortunately is not really taught anymore. The tension was growing, and there were a series of events that led to the American Revolution. You had the Boston Tea Party, and you had the Boston Massacre, and you had the 7 Intolerable Acts. And when you put these into a timeline, the 7 Intolerable Acts, well, let me just put this in complete order. You had growing resentment among American colonists that you are taxing us, but we have absolutely no representation because the king is making the decision based on what the king wants. And that's where the expression, no taxation without representation. You're taxing us, but we have no say in how this money's being spent or the decisions of government. And so there was a growing resentment among American colonists for Britain to be taxing the colonies, taking the money back to Britain, and we're just losing out. Then we had, I believe I'm putting these in the correct order, the 7 Intolerable Acts. This is where the king was really getting tired of hearing people complaining, and it's like, think of old school dads. Well, I'll give you something to cry about. The king passed the 7 Intolerable Acts, really saying, no more Mr. Nice Guy, I'm cracking down on this, shut up. And one of the Intolerable Acts was the Stamp Act. Another of the Intolerable Acts was the tea tax. And it was basically him doing a flex saying, I am going to limit your ability to spread information because I'm going to tax the paper that you're using. This was the paper tax. And it was known as the Stamp Act, but it's making it more expensive to print pamphlets and put up flyers and things of that nature. And then there was the tea tax. And the tea tax is what triggered the Boston Tea Party. American patriots like Sam Adams and a few others decided we're not going to pay the tea tax. And there is a ship full of tea from the West Indies, and we're gonna get on the ship. We're going to bust it open. We're going to dump it in Boston Harbor as a protest. Now this was not a peaceful protest. I don't believe anyone was injured, but they did property damage. Mm-hmm. They got on the ship. They busted it open. They dumped it in Boston Harbor. The Boston Tea Party led to what was known as the Boston Massacre, and that was where British soldiers in the street shot several American colonists for, I can't remember the exact details of the incident, but you basically had a protest going on and soldiers opened fire on American colonists because they were tired of people complaining. And then after the Boston Massacre, I believe it was about 7 American colonists that were killed during that. That was just more fuel on the American Revolution. You had a group known as the Sons of Liberty. And why were they called the Sons of Liberty? Because nobody wanted to put their name on it. Now, we do know now that the Sons of Liberty, that was John Hancock, that was Samuel Adams, that was Paul Revere, and a number of other people, but they were really the leaders of the Sons of Liberty. But they were doing things anonymously because if John Hancock had put his name on some of the pamphlets that were being written by the Sons of Liberty, he wouldn't have lived to put his name on the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
So our founding fathers, they had to operate kind of behind the scenes. They had to operate in anonymous ways.
Yeah, and anonymity was an important part of the founding fathers, and it feels like a lot of people try to carry that on, and that's why doxing is such a big problem.
Second Amendment issues. Like I said, I've got my Minuteman back here, but they knew individual firearm ownership was crucial to America becoming America. Because if they did not have privately owned firearms, the American Revolution would have never happened. And the British knew that as well. As tensions were growing, it's escalating. The Stamp Act, the Boston Tea Party, the Boston Massacre. After the Boston Massacre, more people are getting upset about British occupation. And as more people are pushing back, more people are getting vocal, the king decides it's dangerous for the colonists to have firearms. Rather than going door to door trying to collect all the firearms, they decided, let's go to Concord and let's hit the area where all of the gunpowder is stored. If we can go seize all of the lead balls and all of the gunpowder in Concord, even if you have guns, you don't have that much ammo. And that was when the British troops went to seize the weapons in Concord. And that was the tipping point for the American Revolution, because the American colonists realized if we allow them to take the gunpowder, it's over. We don't have the ability to defeat the British without gunpowder. And so that's when the American colonists stood up and said, no, you will not take this. And they met at a bridge, and American colonists on one side, the British forces on the other side, and they stood there pointing guns at each other. The British forces telling the American colonists, go home, and the American colonists telling them, go away. And to this day, that's been 250 years ago, to this day, we don't know who fired the first shot. But that was where the first shot was fired that started the American Revolution, because once the first shot was fired, hundreds of shots were fired. And
do you think that we kind of have our own 7 intolerable events that are kind of maybe stacking up in current year?
I always have to be careful what I say on YouTube because, well, we're on your channel, so I don't want to jeopardize your channel, but I will.
We can glow a little bit as a treat.
I will. I'll try not to say anything to get your channel banned. But I hear people regularly talking about is the United States headed for a new civil war between left and right? I honestly don't think that's the case. I do think that there are people in high levels of government and probably in the private sector. I think there are people that would love to see the beginning of a civil war. Because in a time of chaos, in a time of increasing violence, that justifies, see, we told you that we needed this digital ID to know what everyone's doing online. See, we told you that we needed these flock cameras to know where everyone's traveling. Anything remotely resembling a civil war just helps justify all of the surveillance that we're already being subjected to. Because it will be turned around, see, we knew this was coming, that's why we did this for your safety. So I am absolutely convinced there are people both in the private sector and people in government who would love to see something vaguely resembling a civil war take place.
I actually never even thought that some people who were for accelerationism might be doing it because they want a surveillance state. I just assumed most of them were doing it because, they're influencers. They make their money talking. They don't want to solve problems sometimes. They want to be able to keep making money off of complaining about a problem instead of offering solutions. And so I always looked at it that way. But I mean, yeah, maybe people wanting a surveillance state is also a thing for some reason.
Okay, now among the influencers, because I have seen a lot of influencers talk about the coming civil war, I think some of them actually believe the divide between left and right is irreconcilable and that it's going to come to violence.
I mean, I believe that.
And there are isolated incidents where violence has already occurred. I mean, I can't deny that there have been isolated incidents, and we can go through a list of where somebody wearing a MAGA shirt or a MAGA hat was fired upon. I can't remember if it was Washington or Oregon, but I know 2 or 3 years ago somebody was shot, and it was pretty clear that they were shot because of what they were wearing. And there's been a couple of other incidents where it certainly looks like it was left-right violence going on, but that's not widespread.
Well, I
And
mean, I would say it's more widespread than some people think, because I mean, you have like that MAGA hat shooting. You had Charlie Kirk is a huge example, and it wasn't just the shooting of Charlie Kirk, it was the resounding celebration that came from the left that I think made a lot of people pay attention
very
to.
disgusting.
These are my coworkers, these are my neighbors, these are people I interact with regularly, and they're cheering on the death of someone who believed similar things to me. So it kind of gave a lot of people a picture of, holy shit, things are a lot worse than I thought they were. And now we had, the other day it came out that the SPLC had been funding, like the KKK and the National Socialist Party of America to sort of stoke that there's more right-wing extremist rhetoric and violence than there actually was. They had to pay for it to happen because there wasn't just enough supply. And obviously they want to keep all of their money trains going. And I think with how a lot of the left has been dancing with communism, we have a socialist mayor in New York City. We have a socialist, I can't remember if it's a mayor or a different council person in Seattle. You have Jay Jones as the attorney general being elected in Virginia, who said he wants to see conservatives die. He wants to see their children die in their arms. You have Spanberger, the governor, who supported Jay Jones even after he said those things. And immediately after she got elected governor, she started running the track record for ruining lives in Virginia in general. I mean, they just had that redistricting referendum. They lost it. It's being challenged in the Supreme Court now. But they were going to redistrict because the yes vote won, unfortunately. She had a bill proposed that, all of the politicians' houses would be paid for by tax dollars. Like, they have become a heavy-handed ruling class with no real conscience for American citizens. Again, the justices or judges rather, that continuously let criminals go, they're all left-leaning. And you can talk about, we have problems on the right. We have people on the right who do bad things. There are Republicans who are basically Democrats wearing red clothing. But the majority of the violence has been coming from the left. And it feels like whenever you defend yourself, you become the problem. Like, even through my own campaign last year where I had hit pieces written on me, I was being harassed. I had death threats. I had to contact the police. I had to leave my apartment. And the people who were attacking me started playing victim. They were like, I'm actually the one being harassed. And it's just like, how do you ever go back to having a normal life with these people who genuinely want nothing but to see you dead?
That's where I wish I could quantify how representative is that. And here's my perspective. I don't deny that exists. I don't deny those people did those things. I work in academia. I work with a lot of people that I would say are very left-leaning, but they are not the ones that are being aggressive, pushing for violence or anything of that nature. We have some very fundamental disagreements on the nature of government, the role of government, how intrusive government should be in people's lives. But more of the people that I know that are left-leaning, they're still good people at heart, where we have calm, rational discussions, but absolutely positively the other side or the other type exists. And you gave some great examples of it. I don't know what percentage of what we would call the left falls into that category versus what percentage falls into, people that I think of that are left-leaning but not extremist. And so where I'm going with this, there is tension between left and right, no two ways about it. There are acts of violence. There are incredibly stupid and inflammatory things said that throw fuel on the fire. And you, again, gave some great examples of that. But in my mind, I think there are people in high places, both elected and unelected, that are fanning the flames, trying to get this to go higher. Because if we start fighting left to right, to me, the bigger threat is above. And when I say that, go back and look at the American Revolution. You had the common people fighting oppression from above. And if you don't want that to happen, the best way to avoid it is get the common people fighting each other. In my mind, the way I think of it is, there are people that would much rather see a civil war than to see a second American Revolution. And if you are in power and you want to maintain your power or even increase your power, one of the best things for you would be a second civil war starting, because now it justifies all the oppressive measures that you were probably already wanting to implement. And so I personally don't think that we're headed for civil war. Will we still see acts of violence? Yeah, probably. Will they get worse? Likely. You mentioned Charlie Kirk. Somebody wanted him gone, and exactly where that came from, I'm not 100% sure. Did Tyler Robinson act alone? Because that's basically what the FBI is telling us. Was there more to the story? Thomas Crooks taking a shot at Donald Trump before he won his second term. Did he act alone? There's a whole lot of unanswered questions about who was he talking to in the hours before taking the shot. And again, what we're being told is lone gunman, just like many other instances in U.S. history, lone gunman goes out and does something. Not 100% sure about that.
Yeah, no, I can agree with you there. I can agree with you on that one. I think that the only reason I can't say a civil war is inevitable is because it feels like the majority of people to the right are rightfully, just leave me alone kind of people. And the majority of people on the left who are getting things done have fallen into the communist and Marxist trajectory. And when you're fighting people who are by any means necessary and you are just leave me alone, you are always going to lose. There is nothing you can do with that mentality that will beat people who are motivated and desire to win. And so there needs to be some sort of a shift, and I hope this shift happens before it gets to a place where civil war is the only option, right? You need to get motivated to get involved and do things locally, right? Get rid of the local politicians that, even Republican, don't do anything against the Democrats, don't do anything that their constituents want. Get these people out of their positions and put someone in who will do something. Because if that fails, if that is no longer an option, then the only option is the violent one. And I don't want to see that come to pass.
The example that you cited a moment ago about the new attorney general in Virginia, that was one of the most disheartening things to me, that somebody seeking the position of attorney general, that is your number one law enforcement person in the state, that they would have those attitudes. That is disturbing enough. The fact that other people would cover for them, that's even more disturbing. That should have been immediate disqualification. He should have resigned in shame over what he had said. But to see other elected officials come to his rescue and basically tell everyone, don't worry about what he has said, as abhorrent as it was, that's a whole new level.
Yes. And I think as more of these things happen, more people are realizing exactly where we are as a country. And I really hope that hastens before things get to a bleak point. And to wrap this back around, because we got here talking about operating systems verifying ID. if we assume that this gets passed, and so we have to use ID for our operating systems, what do you think we should do at that point if it passes?
My first gut feel is come up with something that's not Microsoft or Apple based. I mentioned that I have 3 privacy phones right now. One is from a company called Up. One is from another fellow YouTuber, Rob Braxman, and then another is from a company called Above. They are buying Pixel phones and then flashing graphene on it so that it's not an Android device.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a very limited time step because the legislation as proposed in California is going to be going after those as well. Basically saying you either give up your anonymity and you register your digital ID at the device level or at the OS level, or you don't get access to the internet. And at that point, I'm really not sure what our solution is from a technical standpoint. I mean, from a societal standpoint, we need to do a purge of Congress and get some people elected that have a spine, that are willing to stand up and say enough is enough. That is the peaceful solution. There's an old expression, you may or may not have heard of it before, but people talk about the founding fathers gave us 4 boxes to bring about change. The first one I'm a big advocate of, that is the soapbox. Soapbox just being a metaphor for somebody standing up and speaking out. My YouTube channel is a soapbox. It's my opportunity to share my ideas with a bunch of people. So we have the soapbox, or the public platform, for sharing ideas. That is our number one defense to try and bring about peaceful change. Our second box for bringing about change is the ballot box. We have the ability to vote for people. Now, this assumes that we have good people to choose from. Sometime, I heard somebody once describe elections like this. They said, a long, long time ago, you went out on election day to vote for the candidate you like the most. And then things got worse, and you went out and you voted for the person you dislike the least. And today you go vote against the one you dislike the most. And boy, there's a lot of truth to that. But we do have the ballot box. I think we need to encourage more people to run for office, and that's almost blasphemous to some people because politics has become a blood sport, unfortunately. But I think we do need to encourage more regular people to run for office rather than career politicians and rather than people coming from family dynasties.
And that's a big thing that I encourage people in my audience to do, right? Like I have no idea exactly what I can do, but I've been talking to people who have been involved in the local politics scene, and that helps a lot. You just got to find someone, get into networking, and then figure out what you can do to help.
Exactly. So we have the soapbox, sharing ideas. We have the ballot box. The third box for bringing about change is the jury box. When an unjust law is being enforced in court, there is a term known as jury nullification. And that is where a jury says, yes, we know the law says you can't do such and such. And yes, the prosecution has demonstrated the accused did such and such, but we don't find crime's been committed. Even though the law says you can't do that, and this person clearly did, we think the law is bad, and as a jury, we're going to nullify the law by voting not guilty. That's called jury nullification, and that is a third box where the people say we are not going to enforce this law because it is an unjust law. And we've seen instances of this where it normally comes to play is a father goes out and does something because one of their children has been harmed. And a jury looks at it and says, you know, if that had happened to my son or daughter, I would have done the same thing, not guilty. That's legit. In the fourth box, the box that I hope and pray we never come to, but it is represented by Minuteman over here. It's the ammo box. And I hope and pray that it never comes to that. But There are 4 boxes that the founders gave us: the soap box, the ballot box, the jury box, and the ammo box. And I really, truly hope and pray that it never comes to that.
I can agree with that. And hearing you talk about like the anonymity stuff again and the real ID after we just had that discussion about the 7 intolerable acts and the anonymity of the founding fathers, do you think that people in positions of power actually have a fear that we might have another revolution and try to get rid of them in power who have been actually doing things detrimental to the American people for so long, and that's part of the reason they're trying to get rid of anonymity, and that they don't do anything when it comes to doxing anonymous people?
Okay, I'm sure you and I have spoken to each other well long enough. We kind of know where each other's coming from. Just to remove any doubt whatsoever from somebody watching this video in the future, I am not advocating. But as a thought experiment,
A hypothetical,
as a thought
if you will.
experiment, if a group of people decided that they wanted to do something extreme and remove people from office, we can use euphemisms. If they wanted to instantly remove people from office, how would you even do that today? Because if you say it online, even in a private message, it's going to be read by the NSA. If you go to somebody's house and you talk about it, how many conversations have been picked up by these things, especially with AI in them?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't have that conversation. Well, maybe you could meet out in the middle of a woods and have a conversation and everybody leave their cell phones away.
But
Well, that doesn't work either if there's flock cameras out there listening to every word that's being said. It's getting to the point that if somebody wanted to plan something bad, there's nowhere to do it. I mean, you'd have to meet out in the woods at night using sign language, because if you're having the conversation online, it's going to be known. If you're having the conversation in person, whoever is present is going to be known. So I do think that part of this big push to destroy privacy, maybe a little self-preservation coming from people that know they're on thin ice with the public.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling as we were talking about it. And also kind of, if everything we do is tracked and documented and listened to, and the proper agencies get tipped off by all these systems, doesn't that also kind of point to like any of these events that are allowed to happen are allowed to happen?
When I look at let's just call them anomalies.
Yeah.
Thomas Crooks managed to get a firearm within 150 yards of the presidential nominee. Secret Service didn't have that roof covered. He managed to get off 8 shots before he was taken out. Nobody got fired over it. Eventually, the head of the Secret Service did resign, but nobody got fired, and the person in charge of Donald Trump's Secret Service detail got promoted.
That seems kind of weird.
That does seem just a little bit odd. And then the Heritage Foundation that I'm not a huge fan of. But again, just like with Senator Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren, Heritage Foundation does things every now and then that I do appreciate. One of the things Heritage Foundation did shortly after the Butler incident, they used data brokers and they did geofencing around Thomas Crook's home and his work. And this did not make national news like it should have. They went out to a data broker. They said, put a geofence around his home, put a geofence around where he works. I want to know every electronic device that appeared at both his home and his work. There were 10 electronic devices. And they cannot say who do these electronic devices belong to, but they can track them. Now, electronic device, that could be a smartwatch, that could be a phone, it could be a tablet. There were 10 electronic devices that appeared at both his home and at his work. So you figure maybe 2 of them belonged to Thomas Crooks himself.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe his parents came to see him at work or dropped him off at work. Maybe their cell phones. You have 10 cellular devices that were at both his home and his work. And then for each of those 10, they tracked where else did they go. One of those devices went to Butler, Pennsylvania, to where Donald Trump was speaking. That went there twice, and then that device disappeared and was never seen again after the shooting. So that could have been one of Thomas Crook's devices itself. One of those devices that was at both his home and his work went to Washington, D.C., to within about a block of the J. Edgar Hoover building for several hours. And Heritage Foundation asked a very legitimate question. Did Thomas Crooks go to Washington, D.C. to within a block of the J. Edgar Hoover building, which from a tradecraft standpoint, if you were meeting with him, you probably wouldn't want to meet him at the building. So, a block or 2 away, and somebody theoretically could have gone out to meet him once he's in the area, and that way his phone isn't tracked directly to the building. But it's odd. One of the devices that appeared at both his home and his work went to Washington, D.C., and this would have been like a month before the shooting. So we have interesting data. Can I say that it absolutely means something? No, I don't know that it absolutely means something, but it certainly raises questions, and I would certainly like answers to those questions. Who does that device belong to? Did it belong to Crooks, or did it belong to somebody from D.C. that traveled to Pennsylvania? I don't know.
I really hate when people get upset when questions are asked, because it's like, you shouldn't just eat any narrative given to you wholesale. You should ask questions. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have any questions, you should probably question why you don't have questions. Like, exactly. Questioning things and digging into it is probably like our biggest and best tool for any kind of intelligence, especially for just an average person. And so when asking questions about any kind of event, whether historical or recent, it seems like that's just really weird. And it's a really weird thing to say that you can't do. And about the Heritage Foundation, I think that's interesting as well, because it's been enough years, I guess I can say it. Like, I had someone from the Heritage Foundation reach out to me a few years ago about my investigation stuff on Bridge, and I gave them all of the information I had. I gave them all of the recordings that I took, because I'm not a journalist. I don't know like the legalities about like showing things that I recorded that are technically public, but they ask you to not record them, right? Like I don't know. So I gave them everything, and then nothing ever came of it. And I was like, that's kind of strange. Like, even if it was just like they didn't care, they could have said like, yeah, we just don't care anymore. But yeah. I really feel like the stuff that I have uncovered there is very important, and I wish more people would pay attention to it.
You and I need to talk about that offline sometime.
Heck yeah.
I would like to know more about your investigation, and I would genuinely like to know more about them, because I had not heard of them before this conversation.
Oh, well, I have recently put out an article that has every single piece of information I've uncovered. I put it on Twitter, so I can like link you that article, and then any of the behind the scenes videos I can send to you privately. Some of those recordings are horrific, because like when it's just them in one room together, like they just say what they want to do out loud with like no kind of cushiony language, no obfuscation. They just say it as it is, and you listen to them and you're like, what are you talking about? And they have people like the CEO of McCormick, like the spice company, coming to their meetings. They have people from Sephora, the makeup company, coming to their meetings. Like it's insane how many companies like go to these meetings and take this stuff as like, yeah, we need to do this. It's a moral imperative.
Mm-hmm. I have a friend who, through a long chain of coincidences and a little bit of digging, she got herself invited to a planning meeting for smart cities. Mm-hmm. and she was horrified at some of the discussion going on at this meeting. And basically, the people running the meeting just assumed everyone in the room was on the same page and all in favor of this. And she was taking copious notes and truly sickened by some of the planning that was going on. And like you said, they dropped the guard. They discuss things very bluntly about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. And I'll share this with you and your audience. In addition to having my YouTube channel, I've got about 250,000 subscribers. I do what I call the Brush Fires of Freedom tour. I know the Constitution well. I see what's going on with the surveillance infrastructure, and I have been traveling around the United States doing public speaking and trying to get the word out to people, not just through my channel, but through these live events. I was in Fayetteville, Georgia, which is on the outskirts of Atlanta, which Atlanta happens to be the headquarters of Flock. And I did a presentation. It was at a community theater, so I am literally on stage. And just before I got on stage, I saw a person come in, roughly my age. He had executive presence about him, and I've worked with enough executives I can spot him a mile away. Mm-hmm. His grooming, his mannerisms, he just struck me as he's very likely an executive somewhere. No big deal. I didn't think twice about it, but here's what I'm accustomed to being a YouTuber. When I do these public events, I advertise them on my YouTube channel. People show up because they want to see me. And so very often when people come through the door, they instantly recognize me. They come up, introduce themselves. We talk for a few minutes and they mingle with like-minded people. This guy comes in just before the event starts. He doesn't make eye contact with me. He kind of goes off and stands by himself. And again, not a red flag. It just kind of stood out because that's unusual behavior. I get up on stage, I do my presentation, and as soon as the presentation is over, I open up for Q&A, and I'm talking to people, and this guy raises his hand, and his question for me is, what's the best way to disable a Flock camera? That's illegal.
Yeah.
You're asking me for advice on how to commit an illegal act. And what I thought was hilarious, like I said, this guy is roughly my age, but there is a younger guy sitting right behind this guy, and the younger guy just goes, "Fed." The whole room broke up laughing, and my answer to him was, there are people on Reddit that talk about that, but I don't. And I said, I want these cameras gone, but I want them gone legally. I do not advocate vandalism. Mm-hmm. And the instant the meeting was over, he bolted for the door, and I never got a chance to actually speak to him one-on-one. But I'm 99% sure that he was affiliated with Flock in some way or another. But the point is, just like the friend of mine that got into a meeting that she said, I really felt like I was behind enemy lines because these were people planning a smart city and all the things that they were going to implement without telling the public. This guy probably thought he was doing the same thing. I'm there talking about surveillance. He's on the other side, and he probably thought he could slip in and catch me talking freely about, oh, you ought to go out and do this. Here's the best way to destroy him. And no, that's not my approach.
It can't glow that hard. And that's interesting that you mentioned the smart cities as well, because last year I also did a dive into a company. I don't even remember how it came up or how I got into it, but there's a company called Dina. Dina is a Japanese company, and they have been trying to create a smart city since about 1999. And they now have achieved basically their goal. They own like a baseball team. They own parts of entertainment industries. They own MRI scanning patents. They own medical corporations. They own pretty much everything you would need inside of a 15-minute city. And what they also own is a VTuber company. It's called Irium. Irium is owned by Dina, and I even had them reach out to me before, and I was like, that's very interesting that they're even branching out into such a niche creation space as VTubing, right? Obviously, they're Japanese, and VTubing is much larger over there than here, but I would still say that VTubing is much more niche and not something I would expect like a company building a smart city to focus on.
That's interesting. I'm guessing that you are targeted because of who your audience is. My audience skews older.
Hmm.
That, that's just who's been attracted to my audience, and that's why when you invited me to come on your program, I was thrilled to do so because it's given me a chance to talk to people from a different demographic range, and I'm very happy about that.
I mean, I feel
But
like my audience skews older than the typical VTuber audience. Like my
mhm,
metrics are typically like the 24 to 45 age range is like my big bulk of audience. And
mhm.
so it's like they skew older than typical VTuber, but I don't know. I just like I have a great audience and I hope they like you as well.
Well, I'm guessing that they were targeting you, just hoping that if they could win you over, get you saying some positive things, that you could have influence on your audience to
That's
be
very
more
possible.
accepting of this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very possible.
And what I've seen, over the last couple of months in particular, there is a tremendous amount of infighting among what I would traditionally call the right. To I hate to get into naming names, but I don't want to be too vague.
Hmm.
You've got Benny Johnson, Officer Tatum, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and there is a big divide that has opened up, largely due, in my opinion, to foreign influence, and some people saying, wait a minute, there is way too much foreign influence going on in our national policy today, and the others saying, don't pay any attention to that. There's nothing to that. Just keep doing what we're doing. And but I'm seeing this big divide open up on the right between people saying there's too much foreign influence. Um, there's a whole lot of name calling going on, a whole lot of accusations going back and forth. You mentioned Charlie Kirk and his assassination. That whole thing has a lot of anomalies to it. I have not made any videos on this because that's outside of what I normally focus on, but
Hmm.
there's some irregularities there. I don't claim to know what's going on. I'm not pushing one theory or another, but things aren't always what they appear to be, and especially the way that the investigation was handled. I genuinely want to know, were there more people involved? I'm
I
not saying
agree.
that there were, but it seems to me like the investigation was shut down prematurely. We have somebody in custody, so there's no need to look any further, and that's not the way that should be handled.
I think one thing that I'm really happy to see though is that whenever somebody on the right eschews the American people and starts going to bat for foreign interests more, people have immediately been calling that out and been like, yeah, we don't want to hear that rhetoric. Like if something is wrong with you, if you think that's something that we want to agree with, like you can see that with like Vivek Ramaswamy, how people
Mhm.
initially were like, okay, he seems like he might be okay. And then he had like his Christmas meltdown about like H-1B visas or whatever it was. And everyone was like,
Yeah.
nah, you're trash. We don't want you. We're not going to vote for you. And it's really scary to think about how close that primary might be, because there's a lot of people, like average people, who aren't plugged into the internet, who don't know about, what things Vivek has said and don't know how he's anti-American, essentially. And so, like, it's about reaching those people who aren't already in the conversation. But again, I think it's a
Mhm.
white pill that there are so many people who call that out and are like, no, we're not going to stand for this. We're going to spread information about how you don't care about the American people.
That meltdown that he had, that was I'll admit he had me fooled. He in my opinion, he was saying a lot of the right things for a good while, and
Yeah,
then all of a sudden it's like the mask came off and we saw we saw what he was really all about, and we dodged a bullet.
very much so. And I very much hope he gets primaried in his election. And I was going to ask something. What was I going to ask? Where is it? Oh, yeah. Someone earlier had said that they didn't understand the harm of Real ID. It's just like taking forms and information that the government already has. Could you
Mhm.
possibly explain further, like what the danger of Real ID specifically is?
Oh, absolutely. And great question. I'm thankful to whoever brought that question up. I want you to think for just a second about over the last 2 or 3 years, we have had some major flooding in the United States. In West Virginia, North Carolina, they got really, really hammered with a hurricane that came through and took out roads, took out
They're
bridges,
still
massive
rebuilding.
flooding. They're still rebuilding. But I want you to think for just a minute, which gallon of water was responsible for taking out the bridge? And obviously it's a um, an analogy. No 1 gallon of water was responsible for taking out the bridge. It was all of them. And so Real ID, what is the harm of Real ID? It's another gallon of water. This information exists and now it's all being compiled. And that by itself to me is somewhat of a problem because in the past, if somebody wanted to surveil me, let's just say for whatever reason I get on law enforcement's radar and they think, hey, we believe he was responsible for some crime. We're going to investigate him. Okay, there used to be a trade-off that had to be made. The city that I live in only has so many police officers. So if you want to take, you know, 3 or 4 police officers to surveil me, they're going to be in plain clothes. They're going to drive an unmarked car. They're going to follow me where I go. That's a serious commitment of manpower to follow me. And 3 or 4 officers for the city that I live in, that's, a significant percentage of the police force.
Mm-hmm.
How many weeks, how many months are you going to put people on me following me before you say that there's no evidence he's doing anything wrong? The amount of surveillance that I would be subjected to would be automatically limited because of the amount of effort involved in surveilling me. And so what it really means is you're not going to do this for, somebody had their purse stolen. Let's assign 12 officers to follow this person for the next 6 months to see if we can find evidence he stole a purse. That's a gross waste of resources. Now, if it was a murder case, that's different. But there was this built-in check and balance. You can't afford to put 10% of your police officers following this one person for a minor crime because that's just a really poor allocation of resources. But the surveillance state has made surveillance so cheap, so efficient, we don't need to do that now. We can go out to a company called Fog Data Science. And again, I encourage you and your audience, go look this place up. fogdatascience.com. They sell a subscription service to law enforcement. And here's how it works. This person is a suspect. I think they committed a crime. All I need is their phone ID, and then Fog Data Science will tell me everywhere that person has been over the last 3 years. And we're talking like down to the foot. Not just they sat on this park bench in this park, which end of the park bench did they sit on? And you can follow that person's life going back years. No warrant, but if I have your phone ID, I can track your phone back everywhere that it's been to within a foot or two. And I mentioned this to a reporter. I asked the reporter, do you ever meet with confidential sources who give you tips? And he kind of chuckled and said, yeah. And I said, are you aware if you step on the wrong toes in one of your articles, all they have to do is go to Fog Data Science and follow your phone. And, if you run a story today, chances are you've not been sitting on this information for 6 months. If you run the story today, you probably just got that information within the last 1 or 2 weeks. So they could take your phone ID, they could trace everywhere that you have been, and they can see who you have interacted with because that person's also carrying a phone. And when they see that you went to this park and sat on this bench, and 20 minutes later, somebody came and sat down next to you on that bench for 30 minutes, then that person left and went back to a company that you wrote about. Doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure out that person's probably a leaker. And now you have just outed the source because somebody tracked your cell phone to their cell phone. So my whole point in this, and I didn't mean to take off on a tangent, but what's wrong with Real ID? No, we tangent
all the time here.
Yeah. I tell my students that in college. I said, hopefully you're learning from this, but we don't follow the book real close. We go where the discussion leads, and
True.
My classes are very interactive. Mm-hmm. But anyway, Real ID, it's tying data together. The data did already exist, but it's tying it together, and it's making it much easier to surveil someone because it's already nice and concise and easy to follow that person. And then you tie that with fog data science and the ALRPs and everything else. And I just got something weird pop up on my screen here saying a new audio device was detected.
Oh, yeah, that happens. That's been happening to me sometimes recently. My audio has been having a lot of issues, and I don't know why.
Okay. I am going to take a screenshot of this because I have never seen that message pop up before. So before I dismiss it, I want a copy of this.
Yeah, it's usually like in Discord when you have like multiple audio devices trying to vie for whichever one it's going to be using.
Okay, that's probably it. This is the first time I've ever done a live stream in Discord, so I just had not seen that before.
Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. I'm used to seeing it in Discord because like occasionally I'll see that pop up on the side, and I'm like, I didn't even touch anything. What do you mean? But
Real ID is pre-packaging basically by tying information together and making it easier to search. And then when you throw in fog data science, Flock, Leonardo, all of this other surveillance infrastructure, it's like that flood. This is a gallon of water. This is a gallon of water. This is a gallon of water. When they all come together, we're going to drown.
Yeah. And considering all of this, and it feels very all-encompassing, what can any of us do to safeguard even a little bit of our information?
Okay. I'm going to give you two answers to this. The first thing, there is a number of things that we can do to make it more difficult for them. I personally have, for over a decade, used a data service. Actually, it's a data deletion service. There are several to pick from. Delete Me is the OG of data deletion services. Incogni is another one that's really good. In my opinion, those two are both what I would call top tier data deletion services. If I knew your name, or I knew your phone number, or I knew a couple of pieces of information about you, I could go out to Spokeo, Intellius, People Finder, Been Verified. There's 100 or so people search websites, and these places will charge me $8-10 a month to have access to all of their data, and then all I need is a phone number. And once I have your phone number, I put your phone number into one of these people search websites, and it's going to tell me, here is your real name, here is your address, here's your email, here's where you work, here's what your house is worth, here's how long you've lived there, here's a list of your relatives, on and on and on. In my opinion, those should be illegal.
I agree.
It's a great tool for stalkers.
Mm-hmm. So I was just thinking, I can't even imagine like who would want that, right? Like there's no like real situation where I can see a person being like, yeah, let's just pay monthly for this subscription to get people's personal information. Like, what are you going to do with it?
Okay, one of these websites, they have their own YouTube channel, and they talk about use cases for their service. And this is the most cringe thing I have ever seen in my life. They're talking about, if you're a church and you have that new family that started attending there, before you accept them as members, you can find out who they are and decide if this is somebody that you want to let into your church.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's called discrimination. When you find out who their brother is and you decide you're not going to let them into your church because of who their brother is, or
it's a little weird if you're basing it on the brother,
Yeah, it's just To me, that's a creepy use of this information. And I think what they're trying to do is they're grasping at straws because they know the majority of their users are probably stalkers of one sort or another. But anyway, there are hundreds of these websites out there that do this. A company like Delete Me or Incogni, um, you pay them a monthly fee or an annual fee, and they will go out and send takedown notices and get your data removed from these websites. I have been using one of these data services for over a decade, and quarterly they go out and they look for my data, and if they find it, they send a takedown notice. So I have had good luck with that. Am I impossible to find online? No. If a person is really dedicated, they could find me, but they're going to have to work for it. It's not easy to find me online. Um, I teach for Indiana University. You can find my professor page on Indiana University's website. So I'm not a ghost. You can find my LinkedIn profile. But if you're trying to find personal information on me, things that I don't share on LinkedIn, then it's going to be more difficult, not impossible. So I would encourage people to do that. You don't have to use a paid service. In fact, I have a video on this that I made. I show you step by step how to do it, but there is a trade-off because you've got to send letters to about 100 different companies requesting that your data be removed. For me, I would rather pay the money and let the company do that rather than me having to sit down and write all the letters myself.
Yeah,
So
that
that's
definitely
step
seems like it'd be
one.
more efficient.
Step two, be very, very careful who you give your phone number and your email address to. Now, I have had the same phone number for over 20 years. That's why I call this my public phone. Um, I've had the same number for 20 years. There are literally thousands of people that have my phone number. I have given it to students. I've given it to many organizations, employers, former coworkers. So everyone knows the number for that phone. And I keep that phone, but I mentioned that I have privacy phones, and the phone number for that phone is only given to immediate family. So there are times this phone gets turned off, thrown into a Faraday bag, and then a phone that I don't use very often gets turned on. And that way, if my wife needs to get a hold of me, she can get a hold of me. But that phone number is not associated with me. If you put in that phone number into one of these search engines, it's going to come back blank because it's the voice over IP number, and you don't know who it belongs to.
That's pretty
So
smart.
there is an app, and again, no financial connection between me and them, but there is an app that I encourage people to use called MySudo, MySudo. MySudo. It's available on Android. It's available on iOS. And here's what they do for you. They have a free tier, and then they have paid tiers. I have the paid tier. Here's what they do. They will give you up to 10 additional phone numbers for your phone. So you have one phone with one number associated with that phone. When you download and start using MySudo, you can get up to 10 additional phones that'll make your phone ring. But these are voice over internet rather than a regular cellular number. So I can take one number, and you go to the restaurant and they have to have a phone number to reach you to let you know that your table's ready.
Mm-hmm.
Um, two-factor authorization or identification. I can have multiple numbers, and this is the number I'm going to use for banking. This is the number I'm going to use for these websites that want to do 2FA. Here's a number I'm only going to use for this. But what I'm doing is compartmentalizing my life so that this website has a number they can get in touch with me, but they can't run that phone number to find out who I really am. It gives me a degree of anonymity. MySudo also gives you multiple email accounts. So the same thing, you can give email accounts. Another cool feature that MySudo has is burner credit cards. Some people are familiar with a burner phone. They make burner credit cards. Say I want to buy something that costs $100 online, but I don't want to give them my real credit card number for two reasons. Number one, your credit card company tracks where you spend money, and then they turn around and sell that information. So if I don't want my credit card company knowing what I'm buying, that's the first thing. The second thing is if I give my real credit card number to a website and that website gets hacked, now my credit card number's in the wild.
Mm-hmm.
So what MySudo does, they give me a burner credit card. Now, it's not free. It costs about 3%. So I want to make a $100 purchase online. I go through the checkout process. I'm going to use a MySudo phone number. I'm going to use a MySudo email address so the person that I'm buying from doesn't know who I am. If it's something that I'm getting delivered online, they don't have to have a physical address. Then when it's time to pay, it's $100. I then go out to MySudo and say, I want a $100 one-time use credit card, and they will charge my credit card $103. And these are rough numbers.
Yeah.
They'll charge my real credit card $103 because there's a transaction fee. They will give me a credit card number, which is like a prepaid card with $100 on it. I turn around and I use that number to make my purchase. What I've done, it's all, you can almost think of it like a VPN for money.
Mm-hmm.
The bank sees that I spent $103 at MySudo. They have no idea what I actually bought. They just saw $103 went to MySudo. The company that I spent $100 with, they get their $100. It's my money. They get their $100, but they don't have my real credit card number. So if they get hacked, who cares? That credit card number was only good for one time. So it's kind of a win-win. The only person that knows what I purchased is MySudo, but their business model is not made on selling data. Their business model is protecting your identity and protecting your information. So I trust them. I have used them for years. And it's another thing people can do to increase their privacy. And I always tell people privacy is not a switch that you flip to go from public to private. Privacy is a dial that you can turn up and turn down.
Mm-hmm.
Using burner email addresses, using burner phone numbers, using burner credit cards, those are all ways of turning that dial in the direction of more private. It's less convenient, but you're getting privacy for a loss of convenience. So
Yeah.
those are a couple of things that you can do.
I was going to say with the credit card, I mean, I wouldn't want to pay more money, so I don't think I would do
Mm-hmm.
that. But I agree. I don't like putting in my credit card information in certain places. And so you can't use it anymore this way because PayPal, you used to be able to put in like any name. They never required like your government name to be on your PayPal account until I don't remember how many years ago they instituted like it needs to be your real name now. But back then you could have used PayPal as a way to like, hey, I don't want my credit card information here. I'm just going to use PayPal instead.
Another thing you can do when you have a traditional phone, whether it's Android or iOS, when you get your cellular service through AT&T or Verizon or any of your big name cellular carriers, by law, they have what's known as KYC, which stands for Know Your Customer. If I walk into Verizon, even if I pay cash, I walk into Verizon, pay cash for a phone and tell them I want this particular plan, they have to see my driver's license because they are required by law to know their customer and know who I am. And that way the government can track, here's what's going on with that phone. Here's who that phone belongs to. There is a loophole. The loophole is, what if you don't have cellular service? What if you only have data? Well, with data, this phone would not have a phone number. And now this particular phone I've used before, this phone is known, but I have 3 other phones because I talk about this on my YouTube channel. I have 3 other phones that are not in my name. These are phones that I purchased. The company shipped them to me. They do not have cellular service. And the first one that I got, I only used with Wi-Fi, and I use a very good VPN. By the way, anyone that wants the best VPN, company is called Mullvad, Mullvad. That is the number one best. And again, I have no financial relationship with them. Mullvad. They make the best VPN out there. They do not pay influencers. It's in their policy. We do not pay for reviews. We do not pay influencers. Period. It's in their policy. But I highly recommend them. They are the best VPN out there, and I have tested a bunch of them.
Nice.
The second best is a company called Proton. I do trust Proton. I like Molvad better. Where Proton is handy is if you want a whole suite of tools, because Proton has private email, they have a good password manager, they have some other things. So if all you're looking for is the best VPN, I recommend Molvad. If you're looking for a one-stop shop, I want a suite of privacy tools, then I recommend Proton. Those are the only two out of the literally hundreds of VPNs that are available. Those are the only two VPNs that I recommend. And I have had VPN companies reach out to me offering me ridiculous amounts of money to promote their VPNs. I've turned them down. This is too serious to compromise and push a bad VPN just because they're paying you. So no physical relationship.
I agree. And like, there are some people in chat who were saying something about like Proton being compromised and like giving information to the feds or something. And it's like, if you're locked into a financial contract, it'd be hard for you to be like, hold up, I don't want to support this company anymore.
Mm-hmm. I have seen those things written about Proton. Like I said, my number one is Molvad. At Proton, they do have to follow federal laws, and if you give them information and somebody shows up with a subpoena, they have to give the information to them. And that's what happened in the case of Proton. There are other places that just roll over on you, but Proton will not do anything unless there is a valid warrant. And the users have the ability to limit what can be known about them. Now, the reason I like Molvad best, Molvad doesn't even have the ability to hand over information. Here's the way that Molvad works. You can pay for it using something other than a credit card. So I can go to Molvad. They don't ask for an email address. They don't ask for my name, but I do have to give them payment. They will accept crypto as payment. They will accept cash. And they said, you can mail cash through the mail, and their service is not real expensive. It's not like you've got to send them $200. It's very affordable. They will allow you to send cash to them, and what they will do is they will give you a number. So you go to their website, say I want your service. They give you a basically an account code. Write this down, and then send us money. And you can pay by credit card if you choose to, or you can send us, $10 a month. Write this number down in the envelope that you mail to us. And when we receive your payment, we will turn this on for a month. They do not collect email addresses. They don't collect names. It's only if you're going to pay by credit card that they're going to get your information. So I like them best because they are by far the most private. Crypto is not nearly as private as what most people think, with the exception of one called Monero. I am a big believer in Monero because that is truly anonymous, and that also makes them a target. But Bitcoin is not about privacy. Bitcoin is a public ledger, and because it's a public ledger, transactions can be traced.
Oh, I actually have... Somebody asked a question about this, and I don't know much about crypto myself. I just know that back, like, when Bitcoin was first starting, I was like, I should get into this, but I don't know how. And so somebody asked a question, when it comes to privacy, more in particular, cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Monero, etc., with major companies like BlackRock with their Bitcoin ETFs and governments making moves on Bitcoin in particular, are cryptocurrencies already compromised by big government and corporations, or is there still a chance for individuals to get into it before it's too late?
Great question. Bitcoin is not private. And so I would not recommend. Now, if you want to buy it as an investment tool, that's entirely up to you. I am not a financial advisor, so do not take financial advice from me. If a person wants Bitcoin as an investment, that's entirely up to them. But if you want Bitcoin because you think it's private, you are mistaken. Bitcoin is not private. Monero is private. The other one, I think you mentioned Ethereum.
Yeah.
That one I have not looked into as much, so I cannot say which way Ethereum is, but I do know that Monero is private, Bitcoin is not. And so Monero, when you purchase Monero, there is a record that you purchased Monero. But then what happens after that, where I spend Monero, it's a black box. And so I could do business with someone, and I purchased some Monero before I was a speaker in February at Monerotopia down in Mexico City. This was
That's
February of this year. Pardon?
I said, that's a fun name, Monerotopia.
It is. It's in Mexico City. I was invited to come down and be a speaker there. I purchased some Monero before I went down. While I was there, I bought a couple of books. I paid for those with Monero. There is no record that I bought those books. The person who was selling those books got their payment. I got the books, and that was a completely private transaction. There was a record that I had purchased Monero, and it wasn't a huge amount. I think I spent $50. I really just wanted some experience purchasing it before I went down to speak. But if I sold something, someone could send me Monero. As long as it's in Monero, it's untraceable. Now, if I sold something and a person gave me $300 worth of Monero and then I turned it back into cash, there would be a record that I took cash out of Monero. But you can think of Monero almost like a big black box. When you buy Monero, there's a record. When you sell Monero and turn it back into cash, there's a record. But as long as it's in Monero, it's a big black box. So I could spend that money, I could receive money, I could turn around and spend that money again. As long as it's in Monero, it's basically invisible.
That's pretty neat to know. I know that like Sweden, I think it was Sweden, had implemented like hand implants that people could use to like pay with, and I thought that was cool tech at first, and then I was like, well, couldn't that like trace literally everything you purchase no matter what you pay with? So
So I am a believer in Monero. Now, again, I'm not doing it as an investment. Monero price goes up and down. So I am not a financial advisor. I'm not telling people put money in there, but the point of Monero is to be used. The point of Bitcoin is basically to let it sit and become an investment, because Bitcoin has gone up considerably over time. There is some volatility to it, but generally speaking, Monero has increased in value pretty consistent. Excuse me, meant to say Bitcoin. Bitcoin has generally increased in value, but there is some volatility to it. Monero is really designed to be used. It is a privacy coin. And that's why people should think about it rather than thinking about it as an investment.
And while we're on questions that I don't know much about, there was something called the EFF recently, and I saw posts about it all over Twitter where people are like, oh, it's been usurped, but I don't know what EFF is. And one of the questions from an honorable chatter was, what are your thoughts on the EFF seemingly abandoning Twitter for Blue Sky?
Okay. Full disclosure, I am not really up to speed on Blue Sky. I do have an X account, so I'm familiar with it. I created that account right after it was purchased by Elon Musk. So I'm familiar with X. I have heard of Blue Sky, but I have not used Blue Sky, so I can't make much comment about that. EFF, that is the Electronic Frontier Foundation.
Yeah.
They have been around since, I want to say, about 1991. They're 30, 40 years old. They are headquartered in San Francisco. They do some really good work. Every year I go to Dragon Con down in Atlanta, Georgia. And Dragon Con, in addition to all the cosplay that goes on there, and actually on Discord, if you look at my icon on Discord.
You're
That
a
is me dressed
Jedi.
as a Jedi. I'm a Jedi.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised to
I
hear you go to conventions like that. That's crazy.
I was going to. I think my first my first Dragon Con, I think, was around 2011. My daughter wanted to go to a con, and she wanted to go out to Comic Con, and I said that's just not in the budget. Find something closer to home.
And not in
And she came
California.
back to me the next day and said, I want to go to Dragon Con, and so we've been going to Dragon Con ever since.
Aw.
It's a great experience. I enjoy going, and she and I have had a lot of great memories going down there together. So anyway, at Dragon Con, there are different tracks. Some about British sci-fi, some about anime, some about a little bit of everything. There is an Electronic Frontier Forum track where they discuss privacy issues, digital rights, copyright law, those types of things. And I had attended a number of panels at Dragon Con, and after a couple of years, I talked to one of the organizers and said, I'd be interested in speaking next year. And it's been 8 years ago, or give or take, and I've been a speaker at Dragon Con ever since. So I know several people from EFF because I've been on panels with them. And the people that I know, these are, most of them are attorneys. Some of them have worked on some high profile cases, writing amicus briefs and doing research. And so I know several people from EFF. They are great people. I can vouch for the people that I have served on panels. I know where their heart is. I've had conversations with them beyond the panel. And so I've got a lot of respect for those individuals. I don't know everyone in the organization, but what I know of the organization, I like. Now, as far as anything recent with them going to Blue Sky, I'm not aware of that. So I just can't comment on that.
Yeah,
I
I have
have
no
heard,
idea. I just know that like
yeah.
Blue Sky is obviously like the leftist hive mind version
Mhm.
of Twitter. It's not very populated, and it is exactly what you would imagine a social media platform with nothing but purity spiraling leftists on
Mhm.
would be like. It's I remember when it first launched, it had a lot of issues with people posting CP, so there's also that.
Yeah. Um, I have heard accusations that EFF has been captured or co-opted, that they've taken some money from big donors to moderate their views on things. I have not dug into that. I've heard the accusation. I don't know how accurate it is. But the people that I know that I have served on panels with at Dragon Con, they are very, very solid people. I've heard accusations that the organization itself has moderated on some issues, but I do not know how accurate that is.
I
I was
also
going
am
to make
really
one other
glad.
point on that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say that there was one other point I was wanting to make about that, and it escapes me at the moment. So go right ahead.
Oh no, he's just like me. I was gonna say I'm happy to hear you say that you've been on panels at Dragon Con, because a big problem that I've had in the VTuber sphere is that VTubers typically are more left leaning. And so I had the opportunity to be on a panel, and it was going to be like an 18 plus voice acting panel. So it wasn't even anything to do with politics. And I personally don't think anything political belongs at a VTuber convention, because that's not what people are there for. They're there to have fun and relax. And I got told that I make people on staff uncomfortable, and so they can't have me as a panelist, and that I'm blacklisted from being on panels. And they're like, well, maybe in a couple of years when we're not so small, we can think about it again. It's like, no, I don't trust you at this point. And so it's been, I haven't wanted to reach out to established conventions, because it's like I just feel like, people talk behind the scenes, and it's going to be a problem. But to hear that, Dragon Con had a scary individual such as yourself, maybe that would be something I could reach out to.
YouTube calls my channel political adjacent, because I'm not out talking about left-right politics. I talk about policy a lot. So they call my channel Political Adjacent. And the people that I've been on panels with at DragonCon, probably the most interesting one, there was myself and a lawyer from EFF and two people from the insurance industry. And we were talking about insurance in the age of AI and drones. And that was a fascinating discussion because the audience certainly heard two different versions about how that's going. I do remember the other comment I started to make a minute ago. I put together a guide, and this is freely available on my website, businessreform.org, and you can look for and find a comparison of public interest law firms. And I created a grid, and I put them in order the way that I see them from furthest left to furthest right. ACLU was what I deemed to be furthest left. EFF was next. Institute for Justice, which I am a huge fan of. Now, I like EFF. It went ACLU, EFF, Institute for Justice. The next one was 1776 Law Center. They are much smaller. They start to lean more conservative. Judicial Watch and America First. And so, there's your public interest law firms from what most people would definitely consider left to what most people would definitely consider right, and then ones that are more in the middle, still having a leaning left or right, but the ones that are more moderate. But Institute for Justice is one of my favorite organizations. They do a lot of great work, and consistently trying to uphold property rights, Fourth Amendment rights, First Amendment rights. I really, really like Institute for Justice.
Like, it's interesting to know about your scale. Also, interesting that EFF was already so far left on your scale as well.
Well, out of the six, I had them next to ACLU, and I went through and I summarized them. Here's when they were founded. Here's what their approximate annual budget is. Here is what their motto is. Institute for Justice, legislating for liberty, or litigating for liberty is their tagline. Then I cited where they are politically. I cited a couple of their major cases that they've been involved in. And I just put that out as a guide for anyone that's interested. But yeah, if anyone wants to see it, it's businessreform.org, and then scroll to the bottom of the page and look for the comparison of public interest law firms.
Interesting to note. Let me see here. I want to make sure I get to some of these other questions that are related to this kind of stuff. This one says, many of us, including biomedical engineers like myself and athletes, rely on quantified self technology, wearables that track our heart rate, GPS location, and even blood oxygen. Do you see a future where this voluntary, in quotes, biometric surveillance becomes a requirement for participation in the economy, such as insurance premiums or employment? And what can engineers do now to build a privacy by design into these devices?
That is a great question.
Multiple pronged question.
Well, and part of that question has already come to fruition. I used to work for a company called Cummins. They make diesel engines. That was earlier in my career before I became a professor. But I left Cummins, resigned from there back about 2003. So I've been gone over 20 years. I still have friends that work there. And one of the things that they did, we really need a better definition of voluntary. And I use this analogy loosely, but if somebody comes up and holds a knife to your throat and asks for your wallet, did they take your wallet or did you voluntarily give it to them?
True.
No. You're going to hand them your wallet. I wouldn't call it voluntary because there is certainly an implied threat if you don't.
Certainly a little coercion.
Yes. And so Cummins, they started something new. They encouraged their employees to start wearing Apple Watches, not just their employees, but the whole family. And so the company, I believe they had a special deal where you could purchase an Apple Watch for a certain percent discount. But to encourage people to purchase and use their Apple Watch, they gave you a discount on your insurance premium. So at a certain point, okay, here's where my mind goes. If I was paying $400 a month for insurance, and next year you say it's only going to cost you $300 per month for insurance if you wear one of these and we have access to the data, I would say that was an incentive. But when next year they say your insurance is going to be $500 unless you wear one of these, then it's only $350. That doesn't feel like an incentive. That feels like you have raised the price more than necessary to put me into a bind so that this becomes more attractive. Now this is mine. This data doesn't go anywhere, other than Apple obviously has access to it, but this doesn't tie to any corporate account where my boss is going to see it. Anyway, the idea of a lot of companies doing what they call wellness programs, and sometimes there may be a way in. If you're gaining weight, there could be consequences with your insurance premiums. Some places will offer discounts if you quit smoking. So there's different things that that companies can do. Getting back to the question from your audience, do I see a day that this becomes mandatory? Absolutely, I do. And mandatory, voluntary, again, there's going to be word games because no one's going to say it's mandatory, but they're going to make it mandatory without using that word. We're going to charge you a different price if you don't volunteer, and that price is going to be so high that you have to volunteer. So I definitely see that coming. It's already here to a degree, and I anticipate that getting much worse. Now, the second part of the question is even more interesting. What could biomedical engineers do today to prevent this? I would say a lot of it's going to come down to the app designers, because there are so many apps that you can download that work with an Apple Watch. And I just happen to be into the Apple ecosystem. I'm sure Garmin and Fitbit and everybody else has similar things. But I think app designers are going to have to come up with apps that do not share data. And I'm sure there's some out there already. I stick to the Apple apps rather than putting a whole bunch of third-party apps on my watch. Because even though Apple has access to this data, it's not in Apple's business model to monetize that. So they have access to a lot of my data. I'm not saying Apple is perfect by any means. I don't believe Apple's perfect, but it's not a part of their business model to make a ton of money selling my data like it is with Android. So I would say the biomedical engineers, number one, write apps that are more trustworthy. I don't mind paying for an app as long as I can pay for it and be done with it, rather than I get the app free, but it's going to sell my data day after day. Second thing is the devices themselves. Not everything has to be a part of the Android or Apple ecosystem. And so any standalone device, or maybe a standalone device that will connect by Bluetooth to a computer so that I can track my own data without it going anywhere, I think that would be a very useful thing for biomedical engineers to work on to help people protect their privacy. While we're on the subject of apps that sell your information, I made this video just about 2 weeks ago. I'm sure some of your audience is familiar with an app that advertises a lot on YouTube called BetterHelp.
Yes.
BetterHelp, they have 32,000 licensed therapists, and you download their app, and there is a self-assessment that you take. How often do you feel this way? Have you ever felt this way? Blah, blah, blah. There's a questionnaire that you fill out about your mental health, about your mental state, and then they will pair you with a therapist.
I can't
And
believe
I find
they're
it
still
interesting.
around, because they were outed as a scammy website years ago by harmful opinions.
Yep. Now, I wasn't aware of harmful opinions, but the company on their website says we have 32,000 vetted therapists that you can trust. And I'll give benefit of a doubt. Maybe you can trust the therapist, but I would not trust the company that those therapists work for.
Yep.
BetterHelp got fined by the Federal Trade Commission. They were fined $7.8 million because they were taking those mental health assessments, self-assessments that people were filling out, and they were selling that data to Facebook and Snapchat and Pinterest. And
Wow.
that is about as scummy as it gets.
Yeah.
I take it back. That's really scummy. The one that I find even scummier is a Christian app called pray.com,
What?
because this is one that is supposed to get you closer to God. It's supposed to, you got addictions, you've got struggles, and pray.com, it's there to help you in your spiritual journey, and they're monetizing everything that you put into the app and selling it.
Is that
And
also
to
one
me,
that
that's
sponsors content creators, or?
I have never seen them sponsor content creators, but they also have been hit with fines from the FTC for their business practices. So pray.com, when I made the video about this, one of my viewers said they should spell it PREY.com. But the only thing to me worse than a mental health app like BetterHelp selling your data is a purportedly Christian app doing the same thing, because that's the lowest of the low.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really messed up to take advantage of people like wanting to participate in their religion in that way. Kind of fucked up. And on the biomedical data, like if you get the incentive where they're just like, okay, your insurance is normally 300, but if you wear this Apple Watch or whatever and we get your data, it'll be 200. And then like you said, the next year they'll be like, well, it's 350 if you wear the watch, but it's like 580 without it. Couldn't they just raise it again after they get your information? They'll be like, oh, here are all the negative things that they could cause with our company, and we'd have to pay out money, so let's raise their premium based on all of this information that we got.
Now, I am not accusing Cummins of doing this. I'm doing the hypothetical again.
The hypothetical. We love hypotheticals.
If you were a big, heartless company, and the name of my channel is Business Reform. I was very intentional when I picked that name, because there are a lot of companies that are legal, but they do shady crap all the time. And the idea of business reform is talking about this intersection of business, technology, and society. That's my Venn diagram. I want to shine a light on what companies are doing, and when companies are doing shady stuff, I want to call them out on it. And that kind of morphed into talking about surveillance, because so many companies are gathering your data and selling it without your knowledge. The smart TVs, the cars, everything else. I used to talk about a wider range of issues, but when I started talking about privacy related issues, that's when my channel really started exploding. I went from 10,000 subscribers to 100,000 subscribers in a month when I made a video about how to avoid facial recognition. So getting back to this idea about companies and doing shady stuff, imagine a company that really encourages, and I'll use that term loosely, they encourage their employees to wear an Apple Watch. Apple Watch can now detect high blood pressure. Lots and lots of companies have been doing layoffs. We've got AI, we don't need as many people, so we're going to cut 20% of our workforce because of AI, blah, blah, blah. Which 20% should we get rid of? Could you imagine a company saying, well, who looks like they're heart attack?
Who looks like they're at risk of dying faster?
Yeah, either dying, or who has an unhealthy lifestyle that's going to cost us more if we keep them. And age discrimination is a very real thing. I'm leaving the university to become a full-time content creator, but at my age, if I was out trying to get a corporate job right now, in spite of my years of outstanding performance reviews, in spite of my years of experience, I would be very hard pressed to get a job in corporate right now because of my age. Companies are looking to hire people in their 20s and 30s because, generally speaking, they have lower healthcare costs than people in their 50s and 60s. Like my doctor told me I'm an anomaly. I'm 60 years old and I have 0 prescriptions. And he said, you don't realize how rare that is.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah. But anyway, the companies that are really pushing for their employees to have their data collected, I could easily imagine some companies going through saying, all right, who looks like they may cost us more healthcare money over the next 24 months. And we're going to start thinning the herd when it's time to start doing some downsizing.
And then on that same point, when you talk about the companies offering incentives to wear these watches, or we have like insurance companies that give you the snapshot devices for your vehicle so that you can have a lower insurance premium, potentially. And then we had all of the COVID nonsense with people being forced under threat of losing their jobs or not being able to go outside to take a vaccination. And we didn't really see a whole lot of pushback action against that either. With like these 3 data points, I feel like it's pretty much inevitable that we're going to have to give up biometric data at some point, because people have already gotten used to the idea of like, oh, I have incentives to wear the watch, I have incentives to use the snapshot, I had incentives to get the COVID shot even though we knew nothing about it. And so since it worked on so many people, I can't see this kind of trajectory stopping anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. When it comes to the COVID shot itself, I work for a university, and our university president put out an email to all faculty and staff and students saying, this is a condition of employment for faculty and staff. This is a condition of enrollment for students. You will get vaccinated. And that didn't sit well with me. I am not tenured, but this threat was being made against tenured faculty. If you don't get vaccinated, you're not going to work here anymore.
Which is ridiculous.
And I am a member of the faculty senate. And in the past, anything impacting faculty had to be approved by the faculty senate. This bypassed the faculty senate. And so a couple of months after this edict went out, it was brought up in faculty senate. The president did this and he really shouldn't have done that. So we need to pass this resolution saying we agree with it. And I did not agree with it. And when it came to the vote, I was the lone vote saying no.
Oh, no.
And it would have been so easy to not say anything because it's a voice vote. All in favor say aye. And, I hear lots of yays. And then they said, all opposed. And I spoke up, raised my hand and said no. And every head in the room turned around to look at me like I had 2 heads. I don't agree with this. And, I fully understand it's going to pass, and it's irrelevant whether it passed or not, because this is after the fact. He's already done it.
Yeah.
I wanted to go on record. I am opposed to this. And, when that edict came out saying thou shalt get vaccinated, I went to my department head, and I think the world of my department head. I have no problems with him whatsoever. When the edict came out that you will get vaccinated or you're not going to work here, I went to my department head and said, I just want you to know, I don't hold this against you. I know this is not your decision. And if you have to fire me because of this, no hard feelings. But I wrote a letter to the university. I cited Indiana law because Indiana has a very strong Religious Freedom Act. And part of it says that you cannot force someone to do this. And so I wrote a letter to the university saying I politely refuse. Well, turns out I didn't actually need to send the letter, because the day after the president sent this email to all faculty, staff, and students, the Indiana Attorney General wrote an open letter to the editor. It was an open letter to the university president that was published in the newspaper. And he told the university president, what you just did is illegal. You cannot force people to do this. I have instructed my office, if they get one single complaint from any student or faculty, to immediately bring it to my attention, and I will see you in court.
And they knew that you would be that guy.
they they knew I would be that guy. So anyway, I ended up not getting the vaccination. I ended up not getting fired. But yeah, I'm one of the few that was willing to stand up and say no.
And that also made me think of the TSA. They have those like cameras now where they're just like, oh, we need to take a picture of your face before you can go on through security. And most people are just like, oh, okay, I guess this is a new thing. But you can actually decline that apparently. Like you don't need to let them take that picture. So it's like another step of just normalizing it where they don't tell you that you have the option to decline. You just think it's okay, it's another process.
And I'm glad you used that word. It's normalizing a level of surveillance that we shouldn't be normalizing. When I was a college student earning my master's degree, I took a class in biometric identification. That was one of my electives for my master's degree. There was a study that I participated in about habituation, and habituation just means how habits are formed. And that class was an eye-opener because when it comes to biometric identification, for 2 years, this is the shortest job that I held, but for 2 years I worked for a company called Ingersoll Rand. They were a conglomerate. At the time that I worked for them, they owned Bobcat, they owned Thermo King, which makes freezers for grocery stores. They owned a whole bunch of unrelated businesses. But I worked for the security technologies division of Ingersoll Rand. And one of the security technologies that they owned was hand scanners. This is not taking fingerprints. It was hand geometry. So picture like a 8-inch by 8-inch flat plate has a couple of pins sticking up. And what you have to do is you slide your hand in so that the pins are in these spots between your fingers. There's a camera that looks down, and then there's a camera that looks from the side. And it's analyzing the geometry of your hand, because when I put my hand up, my middle finger is the longest, followed by my ring finger, followed by my index finger. It looks at the ratio of how long are your fingers, and then it also looks from the side, but my hand is fairly unique from everybody else's hand. And so it's not doing fingerprints, it's doing hand geometry, but that was one of the security technologies. To get into the building, you had to use a hand scanner and then put in a 4-digit PIN, and you needed both to get into the door.
Huh.
I bring all this up because that's an example of habituation. As long as it's not too inconvenient, people will go along with it. And I worked for the company that made that equipment for a couple of years. But the reason I'm bringing this up is that wearing people down. I'm not asking you to do this. I'm only asking you to do this. And once you're accustomed to
that other ask, it's a lot easier. Yeah,
exactly. 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
That's a long
we
2
just want you to
weeks.
stay in your home. 2 weeks. That's all. Yeah, we all know how that turned out.
Yeah, and this makes me think as well. You've heard about all of those like government scientists and researchers just going missing or turning up dead, right? There's like 11 or something.
About
at this
11
point.
of them.
Yeah, there's like 11 at this point.
All related to nuclear or space.
I haven't got to bring this up on stream because it was posted on Twitter about 22 hours ago, and I don't stream till Fridays. And it was a anti-gravity researcher claiming that she is being hit by a direct energy weapon, copying her hand movements to try and get what she's typing on her keyboard. And so she's like boarded up all of her windows, and she's like, well, my hands still sting. As you can see, they're very burned, and they are very burned, which is the only reason I was going to take this seriously. Her hands are very burned, and she's like, I feel relief already now that I've boarded up the windows and I can't be hit by these energy weapons anymore. And it's like that is horrifying that somebody can just like energy weapon through your windows or something and deal that kind of damage to your hands while also getting information from you.
I have not seen that story. Energy weapons are something. I'm an electrical engineer. That was my first career. I did that for about a dozen years. Back when I was a practicing electrical engineer, I knew that in theory it could be done, but that was in theory. back in the 1990s when I was a practicing electrical engineer, we didn't have the technology, at least not publicly known. But over time, there was more and more evidence that somebody had it, Havana syndrome. Um, our government dismissed it for years, saying, no, this is mass hysteria. There's nothing to it. We don't know what's causing it, but it's not directed energy weapons because they don't exist. And that was kind of the official line until just a couple of months ago when we went to Venezuela to capture Maduro. And all of a sudden, we're announcing we have directed energy weapons. That's how Delta Force went in and kidnapped the president of another country. So we do know for absolute certain directed energy weapons do exist today because we used them in Venezuela. What's the odds the United States is the only country in the world that has them? I'd say pretty remote. There's smart people in China. There's smart people in Russia. We do not have a monopoly on brains. And so if we have it, I'd say there's a good chance that one or both of those countries and possibly others have it. So I had not heard about this particular incident. I do know that I believe the account is 11 prominent people. Some are generals, some are research scientists. And I'm really not sure what to think of that because there's enough that it certainly raises questions. Some people are saying that it's coincidence, and I can't absolutely rule out that it's coincidence, but it seems like a really, really big coincidence. To have that many prominent people in that specific of a field, either space or nuclear. I'll put it this way: you don't look at that much activity and say, "Oh, that's just coincidence. Nothing to see here."
Yeah, that's not a coincidence.
Yeah, it certainly deserves a lot more investigation than what we're aware of, and I'm hoping that there is much more investigation going on that nobody's talking about. But nowadays, my faith in that is not real high.
Yeah, same. Unfortunately, I did send you the video. It's a quick, like 53-second video of the lady talking about the energy weapon and like what she did to combat it, and I could probably bring it up on the stream here, maybe.
If you can, please go right ahead.
Let me see if this will work. It looks like it should be, but there's no.
And just to let you know, I'm going to need to leave here in about 15 minutes. I do have an evening class this evening at the university.
Not a problem. Well, I could skip the video if that would be okay, because I don't think it's like super important, but I thought it was interesting based on like what you were talking about as well, with like the lady being like, "Hey, I'm getting hit by an energy weapon." But there were some other questions that I did want to get to from other honorable chatters who were interested in asking you questions on the same privacy and surveillance issues. This person asked, given the extreme state of advertising and surveillance being used, will services like Kagi, a paid search engine, find a more substantial customer base, perhaps to the point of no longer being a novelty? I've never heard of Kagi, so I have no idea what that is.
I'm going to make a note to look into it because I have not heard of them either.
Oh.
Is that Cogni?
It is Kagi, Kagi.
I will say thank you to the person that brought that up because I have not heard of them before, but I will do some research on them. I also just want to encourage anyone that's interested in this discussion. My YouTube channel is Business Reform, and my logo looks like this. And I will dig into Kagi, and if I find something interesting, I will probably make a video about that sometime here in the near future.
Let's see here. This is another question. One ongoing issue with our government is the heavy influence large corporations seem to have over public policy through lobbying, creating perverse incentives for the big corporations in a system of cronyism. What do you think is the best path to curb this practice in our government, and what steps can we take as ordinary people to start making change?
Great question. First, I want to elaborate a little bit about the influence that big companies have. Some companies, there are multiple ways companies can influence public policy, and some companies have a preferred way. Some companies are all the above. The first way that they can influence public policy is by who they donate to. And I'll give you an example of that. There is a huge, huge conflict of interest, in my opinion, when private prison companies like the Geo Group start passing out money to candidates, and then those candidates turn around and start filing bills for longer prison sentences for everything. Um, there's just a, I'm not even sure the word to describe it, but that's the one that comes to mind first because I did some research on this recently. The individual that I mentioned that wrote House Bill 945, which targets people that have the wrong views and opinions, guess who one of his biggest donors was? The Geo Group. The Geo Group is a private prison, and the private prison financed the guy who's wanting to make it illegal to have the wrong opinions. So that's very distasteful to me.
That is beyond distasteful, I would say.
Yeah. So who they give money to is part of it. Then there is the lobbying that takes place, and the lobbying, they hire people to go in and the way lobbying works, because I think a lot of people lump a lot of different activities into the same group. Good lobbyists are more subtle. They will come in, they don't do the hard sell, they get to know you, and then they are more subtle about it. The lobbyists that are less subtle are the ones that raise red flags with legislators. Now, not every legislator is the same. Some legislators, they are always thinking about the next election. I need money to get reelected, and this lobbyist, lobbyists are not going to be so bold as to say, here's $5,000 for voting this way. That's illegal. That's bribery. And with cameras being everywhere today, they're not going to do something that dumb unless they're really dumb. But they're going to be much more subtle about it. But they're going to infer, or actually they would imply, I would infer, they're going to make statements about, it would really be appreciated if you would blah, blah, blah. They're not saying appreciated means a donation, but they're kind of implying that there might be some money coming. They would appreciate it if you would do this or that.
Yeah, it's kind of like how when you go to buy a prostitute, you say you're going to give her roses, or like when weed first started becoming sellable, you'd be like, "Oh, you bought this accessory, and now I give you this weed as a gift."
I got approached by a lot lizard once in a gas station, no. And it was a very shady neighborhood. My gas tank was on E. I did not want to stop, but I thought I probably don't have the gas to get to the next station, so I'm stopping. And as I'm putting gas in, this woman approaches, and she walks up and wants to know if I want to party. And I thought, no, get back in your car. But anyway, most lobbyists are not going to be so blatant as to say, here's money in exchange for your vote, or here's money in exchange for you introducing this bill. And there are some lobbyists. I would say there's two broad categories of lobbyists in my mind, having known many of them. You have the hired guns. These are the big lobbying firms. Company A wants a bill passed, so they hire a professional lobbyist. Your job is to make sure this bill passes. I have very, very, well, started to say very little respect. I have no respect for that. There are other lobbyists that are very sincere. They are there not because they're part of a big lobbying firm, but because they are passionate about an issue. And I'll give you an example of that. ABATE, American Bikers Aim Towards Education. This is a biker group, but they had a registered lobbyist who was a biker, and they were there to try and stop legislation that would require the use of helmets and put other restrictions on motorcyclists. So that person is a lobbyist, but they are a member of the group that they are lobbying for, and they are there out of passion, not because they're a lobbyist for hire that's going to go represent whatever interest wants them to get a bill passed.
Yeah, there's
So
good
I will
lobbying
say
and bad lobbying. We're just used to the bad lobbying because it gets the most attention.
absolutely. And so I don't want to lump all lobbyists into the same group because I know lobbyists that are very sincere. They do not lie. They do not promise things. They are there to help ensure that you understand their point of view. And I respect that. The hired guns whose job it is to get a bill passed, no matter what the bill is, because that's what they do for a living, those are the ones I don't have respect for.
I have a very
So,
similar view on like nepotism, right? Where like you mostly hate nepotism because it's like rich guy gets his child into a
mhm,
job or a university they have no business being in. But there's also like sometimes nepotism isn't bad. Sometimes that child was very interested in whatever they wanted to go to university
mhm.
for or the job that they're going to get, and they get nepotismed into that role instead of having to go through the typical process the rest of us do. It's still unfair, but it's like in the preservation of like your family and, you know, taking care of your own. I think that is not really that bad when they can actually do the work.
I would agree with that. So coming back to the idea of how big corporations influence law, sometimes it's by donations, sometimes it's by lobbying, sometimes it's where they are going to go out and they're going to do what's called an independent expenditure campaign. And these are the ones where they're putting tremendous pressure on legislators. Now, I don't want to, again, lump everything into the bad category. These independent expenditure campaigns can go both directions, but if you and I wanted to uh, take one of our Indiana senators, or you know, you probably don't live in Indiana, but if there was a senator that you and I were trying to influence to vote against the FISA renewal, we could run commercials in that state where that senator lives, talking about here are all of the reasons why renewing FISA is a bad idea, and here is the senator that you need to contact and tell them to vote no. Perfectly legal. We're not giving money to a senator to influence his vote, but we are spending money on a media campaign to stir up his constituents and try and get his constituents to call him and say, hey, vote no, or you know, we're going to dump you next election.
That
So
actually doesn't
you
seem
have
like a bad
independent
idea.
expenditure.
But you gotta figure
Mhm.
how much would that cost to do, right? Like how accessible is that to an average person?
Not very. If it's a smaller race, like a congressional race, especially if it's a really compact congressional district, major city like New York, where the congressional district may only be a couple of square miles, versus Wyoming, where the congressional district is the entire state. Um, but it's still out of reach financially for most private citizens. And this is where the scales tip in favor of the big companies. Big companies have the budgets, they can go out and do these independent expenditure campaigns. So I don't want to say those campaigns are always wrong, but I will say just because of the cost, the deeper pockets usually win when it comes to the independent expenditure campaigns. So
Mm-hmm.
there's multiple ways that companies can influence legislation. And so how do we combat that? It really takes getting grassroots people, because no matter how much money a politician has, if the public is really upset with them, they're going. Um, but every politician makes this calculation. If I vote this way, I'm going to tick off 10, 15, 20% of my district who are going to hate my guts. Chances are they weren't going to vote for me anyway, so that's not that big of a deal. And this company, I'm going to win favor with them. And even though they haven't promised me a specific amount, if I take the heat by ticking off this many of my constituents, um, I'm demonstrating my loyalty to them. They're probably going to come through for me with a nice big check next election.
Well,
So every politician's making these calculations.
I'm wondering how many politicians even make those kinds of calculations anymore. I can't remember which one it was, and I covered it on stream recently. But there was a politician who was Republican who signed on to the Dignity Act from the Maria Salazar lady.
Mhm.
And when people were upset with him and they were like, hey, we don't want you to do this. This is, against the American people. We don't like this. He was like, oh, Oh, sorry, it wasn't the Dignity Act. It was the temporary protected status for Somalians. Sorry, there's so many of those bills recently,
Okay.
but I misspoke. And he was like, "Oh, you've convinced me to now look at the temporary protected status for El Salvador and some other country as well." And it's just like, what are you do? You're like literally telling your constituents that they don't matter, and you'd rather piss them off and vote for things that actively destroy them and their communities. That's ridiculous. Like, this isn't even political math. He's just like, I literally don't care about you. And apparently he's like retiring, so it doesn't even matter because you're not going to get the opportunity to primary him because he's just going to retire.
And that is a risk. That's why a lot of people advocate for term limits, and I'm not opposed to term limits, but they are not the silver bullet that a lot of people think they are. Part of that is because of the institutional knowledge. If you go back to the classic iceberg analogy, 10-12% of the iceberg is visible above the surface. The majority of it's under the surface. Your elected representative is that 10 or 12% that's above the surface. If you change that person, their replacement, especially if they're of the same party, the person that comes in, they're going to need a chief of staff. They're going to need a legislative assistant. They're going to need all these positions filled. And if you're of the same party as the person that you replaced, you've got all of those people. Hey, I already know your district really well. I'd be happy to work for you. And so you've got that big chunk under the surface. If a congressman has 20 employees that work for them between their Washington office and their congressional office back in the district, they may change out 3 or 4 people. They may change out all 20. But if you're leaving a lot of people in place, changing the figurehead doesn't make that much of a difference.
Pretty much, because it's all about the party ideology, and we saw that with Joe Biden as well. Like, obviously, he wasn't cognizant or mentally aware enough to be the president, so it was his party ruling through him.
And I will share this. This is much more personal. I've only shared this one time on my channel, and it came up during a live stream. It is a slippery slope. My second term in the Indiana House got cut short because I was working for General Motors at the time. I was on a leave of absence serving in the General Assembly when I got a registered letter to my house letting me know that my position had been eliminated. GM was doing a lot of downsizing at the time, and my position was eliminated while I was serving in the General Assembly during my second term. So I did what anybody would have done. I'm an electrical engineer. At the time, I was only 28 years old, and I decided, well, I will send out a whole bunch of resumes, and I made the mistake on my resume of saying I'm a state representative. I sent out about 50 resumes. I got 0 responses.
Really?
And a friend of mine said, you said on your resume you're a state representative? And I thought, yeah,
why not? Right?
Demonstrating leadership, why wouldn't I put that on there? And he said, because that's a kiss of death. No one's going to hire you. And so I've saturated all of the likely employers within driving distance from where I live. And so, at this time, my daughter was born in January. It's April when I found out that I don't have a job. And at that time, Indiana paid their legislators $11,800 a year. So being a part-time legislator is not going to pay the bills. And so I sent out another batch of resumes, but this time I left off that I was a state representative. Within 24 hours, I had 2 phone calls.
That's insane.
And so to me, that's proof positive that having state representative on my resume was a hindrance. Well, I did 2 interviews, and one of them was at Cummins, where I moved, and I resigned my office when I moved to take a job. In between those times, it was immediately known by my district that I had lost my job because one of my coworkers, his wife worked for a newspaper. And as soon as word got out at work that my position had been eliminated, within an hour, I get a phone call from the newspaper asking me what I'm going to do. And I know how that information got to the newspaper so quick.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm in this position where I've got to find employment, and I have found employment, but it's hours away from my district. I'm going to have to resign and move. And during this time, before I had accepted the job, I was approached by a fellow Republican representative. And he was an older gentleman. Keep in mind, I was only like 28 at the time. Let's see, I was elected in 94, and take that back. I was 30, just turned 30. And older gentleman, another Republican representative, he approached me very, very calmly, very respectfully, and he just said, I heard that you're going to be taking another job outside your district. And I said, yeah, I hate to do that, but I could not find any work in my district. He said, we would really hate to lose you, because I was representing a Democrat district. I was elected as a Republican, but it really ticked off a lot of Democrats because that was a traditionally Democrat district. He said, we really hate to lose you, because we will probably lose that seat when you're gone, because nobody else could win that seat. And he said, there is an option if you're interested. And I said, yeah, what's the option? He said, there is a bank in your district, and you could go to work for them. And I thought he was joking. Now, he was the chairman of the banking committee. He said, there's a bank in your district that you could go to work for them. And I kind of chuckled, and I said, I'm an engineer. I don't know anything about banking. And he said, well, that doesn't matter. He said, they like what you're doing down here. They like the way you vote. And, they would put you on payroll. They would give you an office, but you really don't even have to show up. You could go out, spend your time doing campaigning and constituent work. And, that way you could not have to move. You could keep your seat. You could run for re-election. And that's enticing, because easy job, easy pay, nice office, working for a bank, and you don't have to show up. You can go out and do constituent work, which is a good way of helping to get reelected. But I knew good and well there's strings attached. No company does this out of the goodness of their heart.
Oh, of course not.
And if I had said yes, I would be owned by the banking industry. And it wouldn't be one of those things of the next day they're making demands of me, but the day would come that they would remind me of how much we've helped you out, and now we need this bill passed, and you're crucial to getting this bill passed.
Yeah.
And I thought about it for probably 20 minutes, thinking through, all the chess moves. And I realized this is how corruption happens. And they weren't asking me to do anything illegal. They weren't asking me to do anything unethical, but I knew that's where this road leads.
Yep.
And I went back to him and I said, I appreciate the offer, but I can't do that. I'm going to stick to being an engineer, and I'm going to resign the seat.
I mean, it rather seems that the system is designed for that, no? Because, if putting that you're a representative is a kiss of death on your papers, and you're not engaging in the kind of fraud that makes your net worth grow from, 90,000 to 30 million, mm-hmm. You need that job. You aren't going to be able to live off of a legislator's salary at that point. And so, that job offer, like you said, it's very enticing. And I was almost on board with it in a way, because it's yeah, that'd be really great if it came especially from a small local place wanting to keep you there, wanting to actually have you do work, not some crony fake job that just puts you on the payroll. That'd be great, because they recognize that you were an asset to the area, and that you could continue being an asset to the area. And if you move out, that would be detrimental to not just you, but them in general. But when it comes from a massive company like that, and there's going to be strings attached, it's just that's very slimy. And it seems like everybody accepting that putting a representative on your resume as a kiss of death leads to that kind of cronyist mentality, where it's well, we know they're not going to be able to get a job anywhere else, so let's offer it to them and see if they'll take the strings.
Yep. And that's where I had to draw the line, because I thought, you haven't asked me to do anything wrong yet, but I know that's coming, and I don't want to go down this path. And it was one of the hardest things I ever did, because that was a very hard fought battle to win re-election. Winning 94 was relatively easy because the incumbent didn't take me serious and I outworked him. But he was kind of asleep at the switch, assuming that I was not a threat. And the fastest way to lose office is to assume your opponent's not a threat.
Yeah.
He made that mistake. But in 96, I was the incumbent and they threw everything they had at me. Horrible personal attacks. At one candidate forum, I said, if I had done half the things I've been accused of, I would write a book on time management and I'd be a multimillionaire because there's not enough hours in the day for me to have done everything I've been accused of.
You are the
And
boogeyman.
yeah, but after such a hard fought battle in the summer of 96 to turn around in April of 97 and be in a situation where, I've lost my main job and have to move out of the district, that was hard to resign, but I just could not bring myself to accepting the strings that I know would have been attached.
Unfortunately so. And talking about massive corporations, I want to make sure to get this question in. Someone said, is Walmart's announcement of digital pricing instead of paper pricing on shelves a stepping stone towards how social credit gets introduced by the back door? For example, if you vote the wrong way, could prices change for you specifically? And this is something I've covered frequently on here. Part of Bridge's like IMAX implementation that they want companies to follow are two things called equity of product availability and equity of product pricing. And so something Bridge wants to instill is that you can have pricing based on your immutable characteristics, based on your race, based on your sex, based on, all of this stuff. And we've already seen companies trying to implement surge pricing for like, oh, if we have the lunch rush, you're going to pay more for your hamburger during that hour than you would during other times of the day. And I've always thought that these kinds of digital pricing and other sort of surge pricing is just a stepping stone to what Bridge wants to implement and then the social credit. But I would definitely like to hear your thoughts on the matter.
I talk about this a lot on my channel. There is technology and there is policy. And there are things technology makes possible that companies say, oh, we're not going to do that. But once the technology is in place, the only thing that stops you from doing it is policy. And how long does it take to change policy? This has always been one of my problems. We're going to put this camera up, but no human is going to watch it. Okay, the camera is there. It enables people to watch it. The only thing that stops them, in theory, is policy. And policies aren't always followed. Guess what? That technology is now being misused. And so when I look at what Walmart's doing, I teach supply chain management. I understand the advantages of digital pricing from the corporate standpoint. I have some product that has a limited shelf life. It's approaching its expiration date. I can hit a button and lower the price. Okay, great. But once the technology is in place, and especially they're called ESLs, electronic shelf labels.
That's funny.
And once you have the ESL in place, because ESL does have another definition.
Language, yeah.
The electronic shelf label, some of them have cameras in them. And now this camera can estimate your age, your sex, your race, and it can adjust pricing based on your characteristics. And to me, that's wrong. You should not be doing that. And when they're saying, well, we're not going to use it for that, then why are you putting it in? Why put in the shelf label that you can adjust when something's getting ready to expire because you want it to move and you want to put it on sale. I'm fine with that. But why are you putting the camera in? I'll use this example. I made a video recently about insurance companies and all the information insurance companies know about you. And one of the things explicitly said in their privacy policy is they know your sexual orientation. And I looked straight into the camera and I said, if you work for this insurance company, please leave me a comment in this video and tell me, do you charge higher premiums to your gay policyholders or your straight policyholders.
Well, I guess that would depend on if they're car insurance or life insurance, right?
But my whole point was, if you need this information, you're obviously doing something with it. And are you denying coverage to one or the other? Are you charging more for the premiums for one or the other? I just want to know which side gets the advantage.
And one thing.
Don't.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, don't collect data that you don't need. The EEOC, they say this on their website. There are questions you should not ask during an interview, like, do you have children? Are you planning to become pregnant in the next 2 years? Mm-hmm. Asking those questions is evidence of intent to discriminate, because it shouldn't matter. And I view it as, if insurance companies are collecting this information, or if Kroger is putting a camera on the shelf so that they can see, are you black or white, male or female, young or old, so they can adjust the price, to me, that is evidence of intent to discriminate. So I absolutely do not like the idea of, we're going to give you tailored pricing. Now, just last week, my wife was in Kohl's. She years ago had a Kohl's credit card, and she had closed it, and she was buying some things and was in the process of signing up for another Kohl's card. And she started filling it out, and she got to the question about what's your mortgage payment?
Oh. And
she objected. She told the cashier, like, why do they need that? And the cashier, in a moment of honesty, said, well, we use that to decide how big of a discount to give.
What?
Really?
That's crazy. What the hell? This
is what the cashier said. If we know that you are financially hurting, you make this much money, but your house payment is this, they will adjust. Kohl's does what they call Kohl's Cash. They're giving you incentives to come back and spend more money, but they're taking your mortgage payment into account to determine how much money you get, or how big of a discount you're going to get. And thankfully, my wife said, deals off, cancel. I want my data deleted. I'm not going through with this. But the companies are just collecting way more information than they need. So the digital pricing, it is absolutely going to be misused. It may be against race, it may be against sex, it may be against age. And the more they know about you, okay, I don't like who you voted for last time, you're going to pay 10% more for that can of beans.
And it reminds me of like the Virginia bill, or the one that just got like the yes pass, where they phrased it in a way where they're like, oh, do you want to do this redistricting that is in the realm of fairness or something? Like, they use the word fairness. I can't remember the words around it, but it's like, this doesn't make things more fair. And I'm sure they're going to use that same like feel good language. Like, I've heard in the bridge meetings them talk about it, and they're like, the equity of pricing is important because it's going to help the economically disadvantaged, and it's going to make sure that more people have access to more things that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to. And it's like, yeah, how are they going to have access to those? By some people paying more for the same exact product. That's not fair. That's fucking call me gobbledygook. What are we doing here?
I just realized what time it is. I'm going to have to leave. I have thoroughly enjoyed the conversation with you.
Same. I was looking at the timer and I was like, you're probably going to have to go soon here. It's getting close. It
has been an absolute pleasure to be on your show. Again, I would encourage any of your viewers who are interested in this type of content. I make videos at least once a week. It's YouTube/@businessreform. And I also have a website, brushfirestour.com, because I'm traveling all over the U.S. I've got a 19-city, 16-state tour coming up between July 16th and August 11th. So look forward to meeting anyone in person. If anyone wants to check that website, check my schedule, and come out to meet me.
I'll have to check it out. Maybe I'll get a chance to meet you.
Oh, I'd love to.
Well, all right. Thank you very much for giving us quite a bit of your time, and I hope your class goes well afterwards. If there's anything else you wanted to throw out there for shilling yourself or whatever before you leave, please take the time to do so.
Well, the number one thing is just the YouTube channel, Business Reform, and the logo looks just like this. I also have a live stream I do on the first and third Monday of every month. Starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's called Office Hours with Dr. Padfield. That's all I got for tonight. Kirsche, it has been so much fun being with you. Look forward to doing it again sometime.
Absolutely. It was crazy fun. Thank you for so much information. Thank you again for your time. And I hope to talk to you again soon, my dude.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Bye.
He's gone, chat. We're alone again. Hold on, I have so much stuff. I have so much stuff that I oriented to do this. I can put you guys over here again. You can be big. You're allowed to be big, chat. Oh my god, you're so fast. You're so fast. All by yourselves. Oh, I'm gonna have to. I forgot to read a super chat. Oh my god, I was trying to keep track of so many things and also not lose my thoughts as they were having, because it's so often I'll be talking to someone and I'll have something to say and I'll forget about it. So I was like trying to make like little tiny quiet notes. I hope my typing wasn't very audible, but I'll have to send him this super chat that somebody said. I was Hayden Wayne. Thank you, Hayden Wayne. He said, Dr. Padfield, thank you so much for coming on to talk with the Anime Fox Lady and provide so many of us with information we may not have had. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you, Kirsche, for bringing us this and all the work you do as well. And thank you very much, Hayden Wayne. Sorry, I'm retarded and forgot to read it while he was here, but I sent him the super chat, so he will see it. He will see it. You found out that your cat is not a fan of the neighbor's peacock. Your neighbors have peacocks? I'm jealous of your neighbors. What you got from that is you need to glow around flock cameras and destroy your phone. That's actually, like, I did not know as much about flock cameras. I just thought they were, like, license plate cameras. And so I was like, I don't get why people are so upset with these. Probably kind of like some of the people in chat who did not understand why people were upset with Real ID. And now I have had my brain fondled. Peacocks are great at guard animals? Really? It was a fantastic stream and interview. Very proud of you. Thank you. I like doing this kind of interview stuff, but I haven't done one in a very long time. So hopefully more of these will get to happen. Hopefully I can do more. Is he running for office in Indiana? I do not think he's running for office again, no. He served an office in Indiana in the 90s. You guys don't have neighbors without peacocks? Growing up, your neighbors always got out after a hurricane? You called them hurricane chickens. That's really cute. No, I've just seen turkeys. I was a very good question asker, and the flow was very organic. I know you're being serious, but that sounds sarcastic. Oh my god. I should see about interviewing the guy who started the Clippy movement. I can't say anything quite yet. Funny how he waited till the end to say Kirsche. He's just like my husbando. Kirsche being so official. When are you running for president? No, I'm not running for president. Surprising lack of tangents. There was not a surprising lack of tangents. I felt like we went on so many. It was just like a normal stream, and I had to keep myself on some kind of rails. I tried very hard, and thank you to everyone who submitted questions. If I did not get to your question, I apologize. I tried my best. Thanks for asking your biomed question. It gave you a lot of insight. Yeah, that one was really interesting to me as well. Obviously, I know jack shit. I am not a biomed engineer, but I thought it was a really interesting question. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. Look at the good little question asker. I ask the questions. How could you bake that many cookies? Oh, God. You love business fox womans. I like my business outfit, too. There's something messing up with the tracking, though, so I had chubby cheek holding my breath face for a lot of stream, because if I let it go, for some reason, my mouth was just like... I can't do it because it was doing it in the app and not me, but it was making me vibrate. It's like, no! The E. Parkinsons can't follow me to the second dimension! Stop it! I have to thank you. Never really heard of this guy, and now you need to check out more of his stuff, specifically on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Hell fucking yeah. Very insightful, very fun. It was great. The Popcat Fox. Will the VoD be up tonight? Yes. The VoD should have no issues. There should be no reason it gets taken down. Ah! I dropped my hair clip I was fondling. I was playing with a hair clip this whole time because I was oh god, it looked like she was eating some of that cake. I was putting up this scene and I was like, I can't even remember the last time I got to use my like unique drink and cake assets. I had these custom made. And then I just never get an opportunity to put them on a table. Help. Cheeks were in prime pinching position. Help. You do biomed stuff? You were sleeping after work and Fox Lady got loud real fast. What was the question? Oh, no, it was a question I asked like an hour and a half ago or something. Oh god, delicious water. My stomach started feeling like it needed to vomit about an hour ago too, so that didn't feel good. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Foxwoman for president, running a stealth campaign. Ain't no way. Jen Jacko, thank you. A German girl who is definitely the one who asks the questions here. Don't say it that way. Don't say it that way. Oh god, you know that drink? It's from Star Ocean. It's not from anything. I mean, maybe it looks like one from Star Ocean, but I basically just gave my character design and my mascots, and I was like, design something blue and delicious, please. I like pineapple. She'll have to rewatch the first half. The interview was very fun. Yeah, it was very fun. It was very fun. We need a new tea party, man. Let me go back and see if I can get some of the thank yous. And my alerts are going to be a little scuffed for a while at this point at the moment. Rastilion, thank you for the 36 months, a tier 2, my guy, thank you. Thank you. Lazy Lockstill, thank you for the 4 months of Proom. Mr. Nightshide, thank you for the full year, my guy, thank you. Papasot, thank you. Use 2 VPNs, but you've never heard of Mulvad. You'd never considered a portable Faraday, several others, but thank you for the good info. Yeah, I didn't know that the Faraday bags could look so neat. One of them looks like a fucking Tarkov pack, which speaking of, I am so bad at Tarkov. I am so bad. I've also never heard of Mulvad, so I was just like, his number one is a one I've never heard of, maybe because they do try to not sponsor people. So that's something to look into. Rave Cats, thank you for the 9 months of Proom. Apple Cider, thank you for that kick sub, my dude, thank you. Texas Ronin, thank you for the 3-month resub. I am not your digital property. SGT, thank you. Mulvad is good. Feds in Sweden asked them for data, and Mulvad literally had nothing to give them due to not keeping logs. See, I like hearing that. That's pretty fucking great. Devil in Red, thank you for those 5 months on Kick, dude. Matt Larson, thank you. Great stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I did not do a lot of promotion, I guess, which I'm not very good at in general, but hopefully next time I'll have like the Discord event up sooner. Texas Ronin, thank you again. I read that. Girugamesh, thank you. Sorry, but Kirsche's audience is full of glowing feds. Hey! We only have a couple agents here, all right? Your dad, who's a borderline prepper in the UK, is gonna be positively turgid at the Faraday bags. He's gonna have a fun time. I like the Spikeman. Thank you for the 28 months. Love you, chat. Love you, Kirsche. Didn't red pill you, but you're glad I'm good at it. Have children. Find love. True. You will have a woman who loves you, and you will have children. Spud Boy, thank you. Awesome discussion today. Thank you both. No, thank you. Thank you for coming. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Just a few people make a toolkit that acts like a verification check to get around showing your ID. So every time it asks, it'll say it's fine. That's pretty interesting. Blood Dancer, thank you for the full fucking year. Reed Fox Media, hey, you're a fox like me. This is a great interview, but also gravely concerning. Wish me luck. We delegates are voting on candidates for U.S. Congress this week in our state. Fingers crossed we can get the incumbent out. Good luck. I don't know what state you're in, but good luck. I hope you can get them out. There are so many spineless do-nothing Republicans that just should not be in their seats anymore. The Watchman, thank you. Friendly reminder that the Tea Party was about $10 million in tea disposal, adjusted for inflation. And the Patriots offered to, I can't remember exactly if they did, pay for damages. The British wanted to fuck around. And they certainly found out. I know. Wolf and Wings, thank you. You drive a semi for a company, and a system you have isn't as intrusive as you've heard from others. There's a lot of foreign companies committing fraud for the foreign drivers, sadly. Yeah, and I figure it's probably something like that. Like, they're committing so much fraud, it's like, well, what's one more when we don't add these little safety things, or safety in heavy quotes? I have one question. How many Nashvilles is that discount? 10% off using code Kirsche at Gamer Shops? Anthony, thank you. Faraday bag merch when? That's a good question. I don't know how you would make a Faraday bag, but that would be a fun merch item. And so kind of them to wear high-vis coats. Glacier Jake, thank you for the 20 months of Proom, dude. Noble Ghost, thank you for the 23 months. Patchouli, thank you. Your work van has a similar monitor in it that also tracks your speed and GPS location. If you look anywhere except straight ahead for longer than a second, it dings, and your boss is notified with video of what you were doing. I think this is, like... This is a two-pronged thing, in my opinion. This is, like, we have denigrated so much as a society that people can no longer be trusted. And so those of us who are used to a high-trust society are now subjected to low-trust implementations like these weird cameras that track you while you're driving your truck for your job. And the second prong would be the people in government just want to be able to know what you're doing at all fucking times. Very silly. Should be looking other places while driving for maximum safety. Right, dude? Like, what the heck? Welder Zach, thank you. Oh boy, can't wait for hand sanitizer to set off a false positive and lock me out of my car! I love the spray hand sanitizer, man. It's so good. Thaddeus McThunderschlong, thank you. Global warming was always a marketing tactic. I am so tired of global warming, man. Not the actual phenomenon, but the people, like, fear-mongering about it. Another Thaddeus McThunderschlong, thank you. How secure are their systems? Fuck. I don't know which system you might have been talking about at that point in time. I apologize, my good dude. During these, like, interview type streams, and I mean, during any kind of collab, I try to focus on my collab partners instead of chat. So I lick you guys afterwards. I appreciate you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for throwing coins at my head. I promise I will not clip them. Hellsaber, thank you for those gift subs on Kick, my guy. The gift blankets for the warm bodies, thank you. Ryan Spalding, thank you. Miss Kirsche, your volume is very low. Your guest audio is fine. I was kind of worried about that because I was trying to lower my gain so that my mouth would stop doing that, like, fucking Parkinson's thing, and I couldn't fix it. Wah. All right, it looks like caught up here. JoJo references, thank you for the 14 months, brother man, thank you. Toa Ignicus, thank you. You got dinged recently for speeding in a work zone, 66 and a 55. You had no idea how they caught you until you heard about the sneaky cone cams. It's scary. Yeah, I don't like the sneaky cone cam. That is scary. You have no idea. It's like, you used to just have to watch out for the hiding cop cars, but now there's hiding cameras too? What the frick? Volume's been a bit low for the past week. Well, if I put my gain back to its normal position, it's like here, but then I also have my microphone usually around here in OBS, but I guess I could just, like, keep that a bit cranked in the OBS. Maybe that would help. The cones glow in the dark. Keegs, thank you for that gift sub to our archiver man, Mr. Zizzles. Thank you, Keegs. Thank you, Keegs. Not a fan of Palantir. I can't even pronounce them. Of course not a fan. You know what you mean by lowering gain? Sounds like a terrible bodybuilding curse that you've been hit by. No! Oh my god. You like how I say OBS? Am I not supposed to? Am I not supposed to? Not a fan of Planned Parenthood. Man. You've always said you hate the anthropogenic part. You haven't read or watched Johnny Memnohick or Tank Girl? You do need a strange distraction. I don't know what that means. Your brother works in an Air Force base, and they were noticing that they were having radar problems during certain times of the day on part of the base. They traced it to a signal jammer a trucker was using to mess with his truck's GPS while he was at the strip club outside the base. He got in more trouble than if he was just found for visiting a strip club on his lunch. That's kind of funny. That's like, how are you supposed to know that that's going to affect the base? That's crazy. I'm telling you. Have a redeem instead. Thank you. Palantir is essentially Elven for crystal ball. That's actually where the company got the name, the Tolkien novels. That's extra creepy. What the hell? What the frick? Let's see here. Today's Thursday, and I still have so much to fucking do. I feel like I am running around as a headless chicken. There's so much happening. Let me see if there's someone I can like throw people at, or maybe I should just like end. I don't know. Maybe I should just end. Could we do like a rare no raid ending as a Thursday treat? A rare no raid. We just go to sleep. It's nap time, chat. Take your nap time pills. Palantir, they love to watch. I don't like that. Thank you. Thank you, my honorable chatters, very much for coming out on a rare Thursday and for an interview stream. I had a lot of fun doing this. I love doing interview stuff. Make sure to check out the doctor on the Business Reform channel. We've been spamming the fuck out of his link, so hopefully you've seen it. The VOD's not going anywhere, so don't worry about it. And I will see you guys tomorrow for our usual programming, and we'll get to see fried scientist hands from suspicious governmental laser weapons, ? Thank you! Have a great rest of your day, as it is not nighttime yet. Have a great rest of your day.